What's wrong? Come back.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I was.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay. The meeting hasn't started yet. What you working on? What you working on?
Oh, it's not work. It's just notes so I can study.
That is work.
Oh, it's math notes about natural numbers. What was it? Natural numbers, integers, rational numbers.
Oh, okay.
Test, 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 test.
Your mic sounds nice.
Check one.
Is there?
Check two.
Are you ready? Yeah.
All right, I don't know the rest of the song.
Check out audio on TV because I think our audio is going out across the TV. Yo, on channel, on Comcast at least. And I think we are live on YouTube. Let's go. Boom. How was everybody's day today? Let's go.
Want to play the guitar but don't know where to begin? Music?
Who is IDA? Hang on.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You doing all right?
And good evening. I heard you.
Thank you.
I'm still preparing, so it'll be a second.
Oh, okay, Brian, we'll wait on you. Let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so we're on.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
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 Go.
All right, I got 7 o'clock. I'm going to call the Dumfries Town Council meeting of Tuesday, September 15th, 2020 to order. Can you take the roll, please, clerk?
Councilman Brewer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, Councilman Brewer,
Here.
Councilman Fields,
Here.
Councilwoman Miles,
Present.
Councilwoman Nabil,
Present.
Councilwoman Willis,
Here.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
I'm here. Sorry.
it's okay, Mayor Wood,
Here.
thank you.
Okay. We have all members here. We have a quorum. Let's have a moment of silent prayer, and we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. Man, let's have the pledge. Right. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag
of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Town manager, any changes to the agenda? Any added, any removes?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 changes to the agenda this evening. Item number C concerning the purchase and assignment of writs for a cellular communication tower. We're asking that that item be continued to the October 20th meeting. And also, we would like to note that item F concerning a ZTA for a homeless shelter, that item has been withdrawn by the applicant.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I would like to add a couple of things to the agenda.
And letter B, or no?
No, before that.
No, hold on. I'm gonna come to you in a second. I just want to.
Okay.
Okay, Brian, go ahead.
I would like to add a number 5, replace the current number 5 with the number 5 being citizens comment and the number 6 being council person's comments.
Yeah.
But it plays a big part. You know what I mean? It plays a big part.
Huh? So you want to add an action item? Wait, I'm sorry.
No, not an action item, before action items. After the approval of the minutes, we will have a number 5 being citizen comment time, and a number 6 being council person's comment time. We didn't have it at all last meeting. And I believe with everything going on in a loaded agenda like this, we may want to hear from our citizens.
We will get the opportunity to hear from our citizens, but that's cool, bro. On every one of those items that we have, most of them have public comment periods afterwards, but okay.
But it's not listed. I don't think the citizens know that. Be open for discussion.
There's a public hearing on each one of those items, and so for each one of those items, the public will get the comment on.
Where the hell is the public hearing?
We still need a separate line item for that. No question.
I just want you to be aware that there is time. There's going to be plenty of time for more citizen comment.
All right. More the better.
Melva?
Yes, I'd like to keep F concerning the homeless shelter.
The applicant has withdrawn the application.
I understand that, but the town council needs to act to on this particular, it's already been the citizens know about it. The public hearing may have been canceled because they withdrew it, but we really need to talk about the zoning amendments that are trying to be put through in this zone. We need to put this to bed.
Councilwoman Willis, there's nothing to talk about because there's nobody trying to make any amendments to the town code at this particular time. The applicant, the county has withdrawn their application. There's no application.
You mean Grace Church did?
Yeah, they were the applicant on behalf of the county. Absolutely.
I think Mr. Brewer needs to, he raised his hand.
Mr. Brewer?
Yes, even though it's been withdrawn, there's been no discussion on this as far as what the intent was, the future intent of this. So I think this is a good time to discuss this. Now, you might not want to put it under the action item. You might want to put it under discussion item.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, again, there's no application.
Doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be.
So you're asking for a discussion item about a zoning text amendment for something that don't exist? As I'm trying to get this understanding.
No, we're having a discussion about this.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I think it should, if it's going to be a subject of discussion, should either come out and go under discussion items, or it should go under council person comment time if the council agrees to add that. I don't believe it should be under action items.
No.
All right.
Neither do I. Okay. All right. Is there any other? Councilwoman Neville?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Fields. You were in my head. That was on my list, the citizen comments. As we are aware, citizens may want to make comments, just general comments on things that are not listed on our agenda. So I echo those sentiments. I also ask in this agenda, I do not see a monthly treasurer report. Will a treasurer report be added to this agenda?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and thank you for your comment, Councilman Brewer. I state that in the spirit of concern and transparency, we should always provide our monthly treasurer report. I've spoken on this a couple of meetings in the past where we were missing the town manager report and treasurer report. And I'm excited to see that we have citizens tuned in tonight and those who are concerned about our community, friends of the town. We need to have a treasurer's report. So I definitely wanted to be noted that there is no treasurer's report on this agenda. And I'm concerned about that. And we're supposed to receive one every month. I'd like to receive one. My other questions are about action item A and action item B. I'm sure the town manager can share some clarification for us as well as the citizens tuned in tonight and friends of the town, why those are there stated to be continued, as far as advertising and everything. So if you can elaborate on that, and that's my last question about the agenda.
Okay. Town manager on action items A and B. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you. So there was a previously scheduled public hearing for action item A to be held this evening. However, based on the actions of the council at previous meeting related to the corresponding zoning code and comprehensive plan, the staff and the attorneys need further time to put together a package that would make the appropriate zoning adjustments to complement the town's comprehensive plan. So that's why items A and B are being continued to the December 1st meeting.
Councilwoman DeVille, does that answer your question about those two items?
Thank you for that response.
Okay. All right. So on the agenda, we'll take a couple votes here.
Mr. Mayor, you could take a vote on all of the amendments together if there was a consensus on that. If not, you can do them individually.
Okay. So we first one.
Looks like the mayor is frozen. Can anybody else see that? Or is it
Yes.
oh, okay. I didn't know if it was me or him. Okay, thanks.
That means you got to take over, Vice Mayor.
All right. Hello. Am I still frozen? I heard you.
No,
Hello?
not anymore.
You say you cannot hear me?
Now we can.
You hear me?
Yes.
All right. All right. So I have added citizen comments to the agenda and council comments, and then adding discussion item D to discuss ordinance to amend our chapter 70 of our town code. Is there anything else I missed? All right. Vice Mayor.
What Councilman Brewer was asking to add to the discussion item, did I hear you mention that? Are we also voting on whether or not we want to add that to the?
Yeah, I put all of that in one form of motion to see if those ordinance, the ordinance to execute a zoning chapter 70 of the town code, adding a homeless shelter to the zone.
It's a discussion item, not an action item.
I did say that. Discussion item D.
Okay.
All right.
So we're voting all or nothing?
Yeah, so it's all or nothing. If it doesn't go, then we'll come back and we'll do it individually. All right. Any discussion on the motion, or is somebody going to second the motion?
Cliff said he'd second it. He's frozen again. Derek, you're frozen again.
Hello? Hello?
There you go.
You're right.
No, he's not done. He's still frozen.
Kick some people off your internet, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, do you think we should take a 5-minute break until he clears his connection?
I think that's a great idea. Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll take a 5-minute recess to give our mayor an opportunity to get his technical difficulties in order. Do we need to vote on that?
No, you can do that yourself. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
All
Sorry.
right.
Yes, that's a vote.
5-minute pause.
All right, thank you. So
Okay.
we'll take a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 7:20. Thank you.
I don't know if I got too many devices on the network, but then I'm just. Okay. This one. All right. Laptop, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you without the echo, loud and clear.
All right. So I think this computer down here hadn't been rebooted, so I just switched up to a laptop.
Well, welcome back. You may need to call the meeting back to order. We are in adjournment as we were waiting for you to get your technical difficulties taken care of.
Okay. My notes. All right. Let's call this meeting back to order. 7:20 on the clock. All right. I think we were looking for a motion to adopt the agenda with the amendments to add citizen comments, council comments. Councilwoman Neville.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am looking at my email. It looks as though we just received about a moment ago a treasurer's report.
Okay. You're asking to add that to the agenda, or we're only
That we did
we're only
not receive it in a timely fashion. It literally was received a moment ago. Some of you may not realize we just received it a moment ago, but it definitely wasn't in time for us to have a conversation about it, to actually read over it, to be prepared to discuss it. So that's what we're voting on. That was one of my concerns about the agenda. And we literally just received that email. So I want it to be documented and noted that we just received the treasurer's report that should have been a part of this agenda. And I'd also like to make sure that this monthly treasurer report is on the town website and easy to find so that citizens can have access to this information. Thank you.
Okay. So we're looking for a motion to adopt the agenda, removing action items A and B, continuing them to December 1st, adding citizens' comments, council comments, and a discussion item with amending chapter 70 of the town code to add a homeless shelter. All right. Anybody want to move on that motion?
So move.
Okay. Councilman Brewer moved on it. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Council Lady Willis. All right. All right, I'm gonna go around and kind of take the roll on it. All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Miles.
No.
Okay, Councilwoman Neville
Sadly, I abstain.
from adopting. Okay. Councilwoman Willis.
You've already called me.
Oh, Councilman Brewer. Sorry, didn't say.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Nickerson.
No.
And I think that's just me, and that's a no. So that's 3-3-1. Does that
The motion fails.
motion fails? Okay.
Okay. So
Motion fails. I'm looking for somebody to make another motion on the agenda.
Mayor, I make a motion.
Separate. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. That's fine.
A motion that we separate the requested additions and vote on them separately.
I know where it's going.
Okay. All right. So
A second.
So we're just so all right. I don't know if we have to vote on that. We'll vote on this. Let's make a motion on the adoption of the agenda. So what do you want a motion to accept the citizen comments and the council comments? And go ahead.
A motion is to accept the citizen and council comments and reject the request for discussion item, bring the conversation about the text amendment change.
So it wouldn't be described as a rejection. It's just the
No.
addition of 2 items.
Just yeah. You just
Oh,
want
thank you.
okay. So we'll just vote on 2 items first, and then we can come back and vote on the other item. It'll just be 2 separate votes. Okay, Councilwoman Mouse, discussion.
Do we still need to remove item F?
Yes.
Item F is removed because there's nothing.
Okay.
It's withdrawn by the applicant.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been withdrawn. Go ahead. All right.
Mayor, one question and also the continuance for items.
A and B. Vice Mayor, do you want those continuance in there? Well, it's written on the agenda.
Written,
If
it'll get
it's
approved with the acceptance of the action.
Of the
item.
agenda, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So your motion, Vice Mayor, is to accept, to accept the agenda with the additions of citizens' comment and council comments.
Yes, thank you.
All right. And who seconded that motion?
I did.
Okay, Councilman Fields. All right, any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I have a question about clarity from Councilwoman Willis and just what was discussed about that point for action item F. Was it stated earlier to mention that during council member comments?
No, what I wanted to do was have it discussed by the entire council. I know that there's no zoning text amendment and that Grace Church pulled out, but this is a very important topic. I think that the citizens need to see the town council discuss this item and this matter. And if it has to fall on council members' times, I'm willing to talk about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? All right, so the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda with the additions of citizens' comments, council comments, and removing item F. It's been motioned by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilman Fields. All right, Councilwoman Miles.
Yes.
And Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer.
Aye.
Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
And that's a yes for me. The motion carries there 7-0. Okay. All right. Well, next on the agenda is the approval of the September 1st. The approval of the September 1st meeting. Vice Mayor. I saw your hand, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I have one thing stuck out to me about the minutes. Ms. Pandek so eloquently reminded us that we have been referring to her firm by the incorrect name, and the minutes still list the incorrect name. Do we need to have the minutes corrected to reflect the correct name? Greenhand, Taves, and Pandek, it still says Pandek and Associates.
Okay. So your motion is to accept it with that change?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Willis?
I have another point to make about these minutes. There's
Okay.
2 items that are incorrect.
All right.
B and C on the back page. The vote is wrong. Not
said-
6, the vote's not 6-0 on either instance, it's 5-1.
On the introductory items of the ordinance to execute agreement on the CARES Act?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
1,
The
2,
vote's not 6-0 in either instance, it's 5-1.
okay. On B and C?
That is correct.
Okay. Anything else with the minutes?
So Councilwoman Willis, just to make sure, you're the nay vote on both of those, is that?
That's correct.
Okay, just to make sure they're good the next time. Thank you.
Okay. Any other additions, anybody? All right. All right, so there's we're looking for a motion to accept the minutes with the recommended changes for Councilwoman Willis and Vice Mayor Nickerson.
So moved.
It's moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilwoman DeVille. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to adopt the September 1st minutes with the recommended changes. With a motion made by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilwoman DeVille. All right, Councilwoman Willis,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Miles,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
No.
Councilman Fields,
Yes.
Councilwoman DeVille,
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Yes for me. Lisa, what's the count on that vote, please? I wasn't writing as I was calling.
It was 5 for yes, 1 for no, and 1 for abstain.
Okay. 5-1-1. Okay, the motion carries to adopt the minute.
That's not right.
Sure.
Not right.
What?
I voted no.
That's what I said.
Okay.
All right. 5-1-1. Yeah, that's 7. Okay, action items.
Negative.
Okay, sorry. You're absolutely right. Citizens' comments. You're right. We adopted the agenda. All
I
right.
see one hand up, Mayor. I mean,
Thank you. All right. Okay, Jason, you have the floor. Please state your name, your address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. The floor is yours.
is he giving it? What
Okay,
happened?
we're letting them in now. All right, Jason, you can unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You have
He's still muted. I don't know.
It appears that Jason raised his hand by accident and isn't interested in speaking right now.
okay. He's gone. We're bringing Richard Barker. Okay, please state your name and
Yes.
address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Richard Barker of 1505 Fort Sumter Court. I was just trying to listen in to the meeting to see if the church, or I'm sorry, the homeless shelter would be passed. I don't believe that would be a good idea. However, I see that Grace Church has already backed out. I'd also like to see maybe if that commercial zone will stay at the B1 and not changed over. That's really all I have. Those are my only concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Where do you live?
1505 Fort Sumter Court of Williamstown.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Was there anyone else in the audience that had comments? Okay. For to talk about items that's not that we won't discuss in the public hearing. All
Looks
right.
like it's another hand up.
I got it. Thank you, sir. Norman, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, sir. Norman. Unmute yourself.
Mayor, it looks like he has asked a question in the comments.
Okay. Oh, he raised his hand by accident. Okay. All right.
It looks like, Norman, there's a question and answer, and it looks like he may have just posted his question in those comments. And he says his mic is not working. So if you look in that Q&A, he has
Okay.
something posted in there.
Okay.
Can we read it into the minutes?
Yeah, I can read it into the minutes. It's he says Norman T. Thornton, 1537 Fort Sumter Court in Williamstown. From the mid-90s to today, we've seen a 25% decrease in the number of them around the county. Three big things have started to accelerate that decline in the past few years. Electric cars, like the new Tesla Cybertruck, rideshare companies like Lyft and Uber, something from the not so distant future, self-driving cars. All right. Thank
There's
you.
more. There's
Oh.
more though.
Uh-huh.
Scroll down.
Go down. Gas station futures look bleak. Gas stations have been in decline for decades between 1994 and 2013. The number of retail fueling sites in the U.S. fell from 202,800 to 152,955, a 25% decline. 2015, the number has slipped to
Excuse me.
100. Yes.
Is this comment in reference to an item that's on the agenda?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Appears
yeah.
to be.
So we'll come back to that, Norman, when we get to the gas station topic. So we can read that when we get there. All right. Is that all the citizens? Hey, council, I don't see anybody else. Does anybody have anybody else?
There looks to be a few messages in the another message in chat.
Not really anything in chat.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move on to council comments. Okay. Councilwoman Willis, the floor is yours.
Can I go last, please?
Okay. Councilman Brewer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure why the council refuses to discuss this homeless shelter. What my thinking on this is that this is going to be brought up at a later date. Yes, they may have taken it off the table right now, but that is because they saw so many negative things that the citizens have talked about and posted. What I'm urging the citizens to keep an eye on this. I'm sure it'll be brought up again in the future after I'm off council, after Willis is off council, and after Brian Fields is off council, or if he decides to run, whatever. But this is not a dead issue. This is going to come back. The way it was explained to me was that this was discussed with the staff and the mayor back in March. This is from Supervisor Bailey. And I expressed to her that my displeasure about finding out or her discussing this with me 4 days before this meeting. And that, and her concern was, well, it was the same thing with Rosie's in the town. I said, well, that doesn't have anything to do with the county. Rosie's is in the town. This is not something the town of Dumfries has taken to the county. So what you're discussing is not apples to apples, it's apples to oranges. But I can tell you that for sure this is going to come up again. And I want the citizens to stand together against this. This is not something that is should be conducive to the town. That property there could be used for several hundreds of other things. The county has plenty of land in the county to either build or buy a building and turn it into a homeless shelter. It doesn't have to be here in the town. I've heard from former supervisors from the Woodbridge district. I've heard from former supervisors from other districts expressing their displeasure of Council A. Bailey wanting to bring this thing to the town of Dumfries. So I think the reason this thing is tabled now is they want to wait until I'm out of here, Willis is out of here. So I would urge the citizens, keep your eyes and ears open and express what your feelings are about this. Don't be shy. If they're continuing with these Zoom meetings, then get on there and express what your feelings are about. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilman Fields.
Thank you, Mayor. To the citizens that are watching and to everyone that are watching, I'm glad to be able to speak and to say that we heard you. That's what citizen involvement is about. It is not just the elected officials passing what we want or they want to pass when it comes to our town. We must and we have to listen to our citizens. I appreciate the mayor for putting on that Zoom meeting to hear from our citizens. And I believe that made a big impact on going forward on this hot topic. We cannot just dance around this hot topic. We have to take it by the hand, open our ears and listen and receive whatever positive, negative comments there are about it. We are the ones that are elected here in this town. And we have to listen to our citizens in town. So I thank the citizens that participated, the ones that emailed me, the ones that called me, the ones that stopped me in the street, the ones that ran into me in the grocery store or the gas station to talk about it. I hear you, I listen to you, and now you see what the result is. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Neville.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Feliz Mes de la Herencia Hispana. And I just want to point out that September is Suicide Awareness Month. And, you know, people need to know that your life matters. And although today may be tough, that has nothing to do with your tomorrows. And we need you here to see your tomorrows. And if you're watching and if you need some help or you need to reach out to someone, you can call 1-800-273-8255. Check with a neighbor. People care about you. Your life matters. I'll just make a brief statement on the issue of the homeless shelter. My concerns are a little different as a longstanding advocate who's passionate about homeless, especially homeless children. Having been having my own connections to the situation here, I just hope and pray that the county has real programs in place to help members of the homeless community secure stability wherever they end up placing their shelter. You can't put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. You have to have real SAMHSA approved, data-driven programs to help people reach stability in every aspect of their lives. And that was my main concern, having real programs, not just housing them, giving them somewhere to sleep at night and then be out early in the morning until later in the evening. Please, if anyone on the Board of Supervisors is watching, make sure you have real programs and a real plan in place because they're important. Just because someone is homeless, typically in a temporary situation, that doesn't mean that we don't care about them. They deserve quality and they deserve quality services. And I'm here to talk with anybody who wants a further discussion on the matter anytime, but their lives matter too. Give them due diligence with quality programming. Thank you.
Councilwoman Miles.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to echo the words of my colleagues and thank the citizens for your input over the last few weeks with the hot button issues. Your thoughts and your concerns have been heard, and the county did respond to that. I actually, in terms of the hot button issue, I did fall on a different side of that. I do hope that moving forward, we do give the process time to work out, and that we do hear things from all sides. I do hear everyone's concerns, and sometimes that's going to happen. Sometimes we're going to disagree. But before we disagree, I think we do have to hear all the facts of the situation before we come to decisions. I think that Dumfries cannot be a vacuum. Dumfries doesn't exist on the island by itself, and homelessness is an issue, and that's something that we do have to consider as we move forward with issues as home insecurity, things of that nature. Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
I just wanted to let everyone know who is watching that this has been a communicative, I can't even talk anymore. The communication between the town and the citizens was terrible on this issue about the homeless shelter. I had people who didn't know anything about it until I got on the Nextdoor app and started telling them about it, and they were appalled. Some of them were outside. There are neighbors right outside the town, and some of them were in town. Some of the citizens in town had no idea till maybe Saturday, Sunday, day before yesterday, about any of this. I think it's going to come up again, just like the gasoline convenience store zoning text amendment has done. This is a second go round, and the homeless shelter will also be the second go round. I agree with Ms. Neville, Councilwoman Neville. The county needs to have programs to help the homeless, and just institutionalizing them is not the answer. Dumfries Town is a 1.6 square mile, heavily dense area of mostly residential. And having a shelter of the institutional type, like the county wanted to partner with Grace Church and put in here, is completely inappropriate for our town. If they had appropriate programs that literally helped these people find homelessness homes and stability, and that would be different. If you want to see what institutional homelessness looks like, go to the Econo Lodge there on 234, and there you'll see it. And it's run by the county. So if you want something like that in this particular, in our zone, in our town, there's a good picture frame of reference. I'm really aggravated with the fact that the listening session that the mayor put together, I think it was a tool to see if Grace Church had the votes. And I really don't think that it meant anything but that. I just, I've heard from citizens about that listening session. And I've had some of them call me and say, how do you get on it? And I had no idea, except through your Facebook page. And I don't know whether they got on it or not. I didn't need to be on it because I knew where I stood as far as the homeless shelter in Dumfries Town was concerned. No, I don't want it. And I think it would be a detriment to our town to put it here. It needs to go in the county, wherever they decide to put it. All we wanted in the very beginning of all this was to have social services, community services board and housing down in our town hall, maybe a couple times a month, 2 or 3 times a week. And then bam, it exploded into this homeless shelter. Now, I don't know how, who, what point the finger in any direction. I have no idea and don't really care. But I do know with us having an hour and a half before the last time or before it came before us, the very first thing is ridiculous. And I know that people sitting in this room right now on Zoom knew about it way before August. And no one said anything. There was no communication with the council. And if this is a way that the town government is run, we got to step back and look at this again. Because everybody now is hollering communication, clarity, transparency. Well, I saw none of that in this particular zoning text amendment. And I will tell you as citizens, my very last, that's all I'm going to say, watch out because it'll come up again, just like the gas station.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have any comments this evening.
All right. Thank you. So I want to address a couple of the comments. First of all, I want to thank the county for heeding when I asked them to withdraw their application, because I did ask them to withdraw that owner's application because there was no community support. Two, I found out about it in August, just like everybody else. So there was no conversation whatsoever in March, April, May, June, July. And you could put that on the record and take that to the bank. So I found out about that just like everybody else with when we were putting this on the agenda. Three, yes, there is, I don't see this coming back up to the town, never again, because there is no place in this highly dense area for there to be a homeless shelter. That's not part of the vision. The listening session and the outreach that I personally went, I don't know what other outreach, once we put a public hearing out there, I think everybody has to do their own, as my fellow colleague would say, due diligence to go out there and make sure that they're talking to the community stakeholders and everybody in the community who plays a position and a part in it. And that's what I did by putting out my listening session. I reached out to those members who had an ear to their various communities to let them know about it, which is why we came to the conclusion that we came to, that not in our backyard do we want to see this type of institution. So as long as I'm the mayor, you guys don't have to worry about seeing this come back up again. Now, this is on the record and in the minutes and mayor's comments. So you can take that one and do what you want with it, but you don't have to worry about that. My vision has always been to create a destination place where people come to from all over DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And I see building that around food and entertainment, right? And the other services and those things, we'll figure out where that come out, and we'll talk about some other programming in those. So that's always been my vision. That's the platform that I stood on, and I'm going to continue to move forward with that. I've been saying that since 2012, that my vision is to create a place that people from all over DC, Maryland, and Virginia want to come to and not to go through. That's all I got to say on that, and we can move on with the agenda now. Next, we'll jump into our action items. Our first action item is a ordinance authorizing the town manager to execute a purchase and assignment of rents and lease of our telecommunications facilities located at 3460 Canal Road. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier during the adoption of the agenda, I asked that this item be continued to our October 20th meeting, as we are still in the process of negotiating this item.
Okay. All right, Ms. Pandek, is there anything you want to update us on this?
No, sir. We are in discussions with the proposed party to the agreement, and I would say that they're positive. There's just not enough time to have it packaged in a way that's appropriate for the council and to do the advertisement yet.
Okay. Councilman Brewer.
So who's doing the negotiating? Is it Ms. Pandak? Are you doing the negotiations, or is the town manager doing the negotiations?
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond to Councilman Brewer.
Yes, please.
I am working on the legal documents, the monetary substance of the agreement was negotiated by the town manager, but there are a number of documents related to that, and I'm working on those now. And I will then recommend to the town manager whether or not certain provisions are both legal, allowable in Virginia, and support the financial arrangement that he believes that he has negotiated with the vendor. At that point, it will be ready for advertisement, and then I will be glad, and the town manager, I'm sure, to review that with the council on the date of the public hearing, so that you can be comfortable that with the arrangements. I will tell you that these documents are quite complicated. I wish they weren't, but I'm not the person in the industry that comes up with these. So it's more trying to make sure that the town's interests are protected.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda is a ordinance to rename the complete terminus of Confederate Court to Liberty Lane. Councilwoman DeVille.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get into my spiel about it, I'd like to hear from the town manager if he can share hearing back for those who live on what is currently known as Confederate Court, and then I'll delve in.
Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman. The town did receive numerous comments from town residents, including at least one person that lives on the current Confederate Court in support of the name change. And the Public Works Department sent out courtesy reminders to let everyone know of the potential name change. And pursuant to a council vote this evening, we are prepared to install the appropriate signage this week, weather permitting.
And you've already spoken to, per our last meeting, we had already touched on it. I just want to recap for those tuning in tonight with changes to the post office and all the powers that be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rogers. So it's important to note that once the location of the Dumfries jail was right at Confederate Court, just about 6 feet away of that corner of Duke Street and Route 1, as we know it today. It's important to note that a lot of the business involved in slavery, as far as reporting runaways, the sale of slaveries, just selling property of the deceased, and that property, including those who were formerly enslaved, took place between that area of Confederate Court and what we now know as Williams Ordinary, which is run by the county, which used to be the Prince William County seat, the court. So it's very important that the town continuously pivot to stay on the right side of the future by righting the wrongs of our past. I ask in the names of the formerly enslaved in our community. I ask in the names of those whose blood, sweat, and tears build what we know as our Grand Park Road and our town that we love and adore. I ask in the name of our ancestors. I ask in the names of those I have researched who have been connected between the courthouse and the location of Dumfries Jail, who were sold and held at that location. I ask in the name of Harry, who was owned by Miss Ballandine. I ask in the name of Frank, a runaway who had a notification that he was believed to be hiding in our town. I ask in the name of James, who was hanged for burglary and jailed with his friend Benjamin Coote. I'm going to come back to Benjamin Coote in a moment. I ask in the name of Charles, who was sold in the tavern. I ask in the name of Quamini. I ask in the name of John Kay, who was a slave of William Merchant. I ask for the 13 to 14-year-old plowboy who is nameless, listed for sale on March 28, 1793 in Dumfries. I ask in the name of Jacob, who was jailed. I ask in the name of Betsy Butler, Tom, who was reprieved of execution, Elik. I ask in the name of Bob, Dick, Johnny, Daniel, the several likely Negroes who were sold, along with horses and farming tools and sheep and hogs, the former property of Mr. George Graham when he was deceased on September 4th, 1816. I ask in the name of Jesse, who was jailed. I ask in the name of the 25 to 30 likely young slaves, men, women, and children sold at the tavern who were the property of George Williams on February 6th, 1816. I ask in the name of Betsy Cole, Charles Mann, Ned Butler, the 35 likely Negroes of the estate that were sold on February 4th, 1811. I ask in the spirit of Anthony and Benjamin Coote, who was jailed and he was supposed to be hanged with his friend, but he escaped. He ran away. I ask in the countless names of souls who sought liberation from the horrors of American slavery in our community, which have been omitted from our textbooks. I move that the town change the name of Confederate Court to Liberty Lane.
Okay, before you make a motion, I gotta open it up for the public to comment. And then we'll come back and you can make your motion after.
So that motion is on the floor and now there's the discussion. So that is my motion. Second.
I think it's just a point of procedure, and I check with Chair, Ms. Pandak. Do I have to open up the public before we can make a motion?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. It's not,
Okay.
it's just simply needs to be reversed around a little bit. If Councilwoman Neville wants to go back and reference and incorporate her motion later.
I'll read it again.
Okay. Okay. All right. So was there any other discussion on the presentation by Councilwoman Neville and the town manager before I open up the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone here in the public wishing to speak on the name change of the complete terminus of Confederate Court? If you are here to speak on that, please either raise your hand now or say me in the chat right now so that we can see you. Now, I'll give you a second. Okay. I see Norman, I see Gary. Okay. I don't know if Norman, I don't know if your mic is working. I'm gonna go to Gary first and then we'll come back to Norman, okay? Gary, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes. We're talking about the name change and the complete terminus of Confederate Court.
Okay, this is not Gary, this is Nancy.
Oh, how you doing, Ms.
We
Webb?
have lived in Dumfries. It was in this house 54 years on August 28th. Prior to living in this house at 3867 Cameron Street, which used to be 103 Cameron Street, we lived in a little house in Whitehaven. It's where we lived until we built this house. Prior to that, we lived for about a year and a half on the Marine Corps base because Gary was teaching there. When we moved here, there was a large house right there on the corner. And I remember when the house was torn down and those townhouses were built. As a citizen of Dumfries, I never really thought anything about the name of the street. It was just Confederate Court. But now we are thinking about things that we just took for granted, that we didn't think about before. And that's a good thing. When my daughter was home about 2 years ago and we were starting to clean some things out of our attic, she came across a Virginia history book that she had used in elementary school. And we were surprised, alarmed in a way, and we did a few chuckles at what is said in that book about slavery in Virginia. About a month ago, the Washington Post had an article with a picture that was in that book. And that article in the Post revealed that that history had been written by two professors at, my mind just went right, at Farmville. The college that my son graduated from.
Longwood.
Longwood, thank you very much, at Longwood. Prince Edward County. And we have to remember that Prince Edward County, what, in 1962, closed their schools so they would not have to integrate. And these were the people that wrote that history book. very slanted. So I want to congratulate the town and Councilwoman Neville. I really enjoyed what you just said. I don't know where you got that all that history. I would like to know, because I would like to read that for myself. So thank you for doing that. And I think that it is a good thing that we are on the right side of history.
Thank you, Mrs. West, for your comments. Norman? Norman, is your mic? Yes. Is he, okay, is he there? Let's see if we got, nope, nothing about Confederate Court. Norman on the record says, yes, change it. Yes, change the name. Also create a name history available on the website. All right, thank you, Norman, for your comments. All right, anybody else in the public have any comments before I close the public portion of this? All right, we're now going to close the public hearing, and we'll now go back over to council discussion and then a motion from Councilwoman Neville. Okay, Councilwoman Willis, did you have something?
There's someone on the in the chat. I mean the chat. It said, you want me to read it? It says, yes, if the neighborhood was named after a slave owner, why not change the name of the neighborhood? He may mean the street. I don't know. Okay. His name is Joshua Hardesty. And I have no idea where he lives because it doesn't say.
All right. Was there any other council comments? Councilman Brewer, do you have anything?
No.
Okay, Councilman Fields?
Yes, I want to thank again Council Lady Neville for this. I was just trying to read some comments at the same time. It is a very historic thing, and what you said in those comments that you made, I didn't even know. And I think we had visited this some years back, and it sort of just went by the wayside. So I'm glad to see it come back up again. And to Ms. West for her comments. The reason I knew that so quickly is my daughter goes to Longwood. So I was able to pick up on the school that she was talking about at that time. And it's a lot of Confederate history up that way as well. And I don't know if they're in the process of doing any changes or not. I don't know. I don't follow that closely up there. But for us to be here in Dumfries, to right the wrong, as Sydney said, and to move forward, I think it's just a great thing. Mr. Rogers, may I ask you again about I know Sydney asked, but overall consensus was yes. And we had happy comments or whatnot from the residents on Confederate Court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to know. It's good for the record. Thank you.
Great. Councilwoman Miles, did you have anything?
I just want to thank Councilwoman Neville for bringing this to the forefront, and also for all her research and her hard work to do this. I know she's been working on this for the last couple of years, so I'm just happy to see this come to fruition.
Vice Mayor.
I second Councilwoman Miles' sentiments. Thank you, Councilwoman Neville, for your research and the history lesson you provided this evening. And I do also think that this is a great move to make.
I think Councilwoman Neville first brought this to me as a councilman back in 2017, I believe it was. She brought this back to me and we looked at it, and it was, I had some staff members at the time that didn't tell me it was possible. Then since we had a lot of the unrest and things going on, citizens actually started reaching out to me about the change name. And I think I went back to Councilwoman Neville and said, I think the timing is right. We can make this happen. And she's done some tremendous research. That's having that good teacher quality and to go back. And being a graduate of Virginia State, I am seeing the workload that's being put on my daughter. So that's good. So I welcome you bringing a motion to the floor now, Councilwoman Neville. Is the time. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all so much for your sentiments. Thank you tremendously. And thank you, Mrs. West And I will be touching base with you, Mrs. West. I'm a long study, I've studied cultures forever, and I've been reading slave narratives since I was about 13. And reading those in the town were very important, as well as those in the county. And I do have documents on all that. So, you know, as I said earlier, I think it's important that the town continue to pivot to stay on the right side of the future by righting the wrongs of the past. And you know what, I'm going to go ahead and say those names again. I'm going to just go over them. And that's Harry, Frank, James, Benjamin, Charles, Clementi, John Kay, the Plowboy, Jacob, Betsy Butler, Tom, Elik, Bud, Bob, Dick, Johnny, Daniel, and the countless several likely Negroes that are on the record from being sold in our town, and the countless amount of formerly enslaved that whose names we'll never know. And I could have gone on and done more names because I have at least over 100 documents involving the Dumfries jail location and our courthouse. But believe me when I say there are several names, several souls who were sold, and they built this community, and a lot of them have been sold and jailed at that jailhouse, which is right there at Duke, which is 6 feet away from Confederate Court. And again, in the spirit of Benjamin, who I named, and Anthony, who ran away and they sought their liberation and they earned their freedom, I ask that the town change the name of Confederate Court to Liberty Lane. That's my motion, Mayor.
Second.
It's been seconded by Council Lady Miles. All right, so there's a motion on the floor, Council, to rename the complete terminus of Confederate Court to Liberty Lane on a motion made by Councilwoman DeVille, second by Councilwoman Miles. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I will call for the vote. Councilman Fields.
Outstanding, yes.
Councilwoman Willis.
An absolute yes.
Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer.
Aye.
Councilwoman DeVille.
I speak for countless. Aye.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
That's a yes for me. The motion carries 7-0. Congratulations to those who live on Confederate Court. You are now Liberty Lane.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to the next, I want to ask Sydney or the town manager, whoever can answer this question. When we have the unveiling or when the new sign is going to go up, can we all make sure that our schedules are clear for that? You know, everybody's schedule can't be clear, but at least to know ahead enough of the time that we can get most of the people there. Most of us there that want to attend the unveiling, not just Public Works, go put the sign up and that's it. I think it should be a big event.
I will do whatever the council desires.
I just want to be notified, and the residents notified as well that, hey, on this day, we're going to do it. So hopefully the residents can be there applauding their new lane. I don't know. It's just an idea.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fields. Councilwoman Willis.
I'd like to see that what Councilman Fields said happens. I really do, because I think it's very important. I think as a town in Prince William County, we need to lead the way in doing any and everything that we need to do that, like Councilwoman Neville is talking about now, other things that come up to show every citizen in Prince William County how open and accepting Dumfries is. And we're such a small landmass, but we are always for each other's back. I think that needs to happen.
It's a great point, Council Lady Willis. I think that, you know, when you look at it and you look at history and you go back to us getting our independence as the United States from Britain. We don't celebrate any of the stuff for Britain after we defeated them, but it seems like we still hold on to a lot of the defeat of the Confederate stuff. And so it's almost like a second place trophy. But Council, it's 8:15 right now. I just wanted to check in with you because it's our custom that we take a 5-minute stretch break every hour in the spirit of our Hill resolution, healthy eating in an active living community. So, Council, do you need a 5-minute break now? I'm seeing heads. I'm seeing everybody's head. All right, it's 8:16. So come back at 8:21. All right, we'll take a recess. All right. Trying to see who we got back. Who's back? Okay. Two, three. Need one more. There it is. All right. Let's get this meeting called back to order. It's 8:22. Next on our agenda is an ordinance to amend chapter 70 of the town code concerning convenience stores with gasoline sales. There's a zoning text amendment application 2020-001. Will Capers III, Director of Planning and Community Development. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Before I address the council with a staff report, I want to acknowledge that the applicant representative, Mr. Sherman Patrick, is in the attendees room and requests that we could give him rights to the main room so he could be prepared to provide his testimony after my comments and answer questions from the council.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my my screen. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable members of the Town Council. My name is Will Capers, and I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development at the Town of Dumfries. Tonight, I will be providing a staff report to authorize a change to Chapter 70 of the Town of Dumfries zoning ordinance through the approval of a zoning text amendment. Tonight, we are bringing forth a zoning text amendment application, ZTA 2020-001, for Town Council approval, which has been reviewed by staff and the Town of Dumfries Planning Commission. The applicant is requesting a zoning text amendment to amend Chapter 70, Division 7, Section 70-282A or 70-282B to permit the use of a convenience store with gasoline sales in a neighborhood business B2 zoning district, either by right or with a conditional use permit. When considering the town zoning code, section 70-1, the definition section currently defines convenience store as a retail establishment with less than 5,000 square feet in floor area selling food, products, beverages, and a limited selection of household items, and possibly gasoline if pumps are provided. In this definition, zoning ordinance already establishes the parameters and intent in developing a convenience store use in the town of Dumfries, which includes establishment that provide the sale of gasoline where pumps are made available. Furthermore, the town of Dumfries zoning ordinance states that the intent of the B2 zoning district is to provide a limited range of retail, commercial, and convenience business uses to serve the public need at the neighborhood level. As shown on the town of Dumfries zoning map, properties zoned within the B2 district are generally situated along southbound Route 1, which is bounded by residential zone districts immediately to the north, east, and west. A convenience store with gasoline sales is a neighborhood scale retail use, which is compatible in nature and will contribute to the mixed variety of neighborhood retail services currently provided in the B2 district. The convenience store with gasoline sales use will further contribute to the diverse retail options within the town by providing additional food and beverage options to the neighboring residential communities adjacent to the B2 district. As previously noted, the applicant is requesting through the zoning text amendment application to allow the convenience store with gasoline uses to be permitted in the B2 zoning district, either by right or with a conditional use permit. Development projects that are allowable uses by right can be considered without a discretionary review process as long as the standards outlined in the zoning ordinance are met. Uses that are allowable by right can be administratively permitted and processed without a detailed staff evaluation. It does not require recommendation from the Planning Commission nor approval from the Town Council. Conversely, allowable uses pursuant to a conditional use permit allows the Town Council to impose certain conditions that promotes the health, safety, and overall well-being of the town. The intent of a CUP is to provide the town the flexibility to condition certain requirements in order to mitigate site-related effects generated by a use that may cause undue impacts to the existing facilities and infrastructure. Such impacts, as it relates to a convenience store with gasoline sales use, may include but are not limited to traffic congestion, safety, and operations. In regards to conformance to the comprehensive plan, the Town of Dumfries Comprehensive Plan development goals encourages commercial development that meets the needs of the community. The convenience store with gasoline sales use is unique to the current uses permitted within the B2 district, but implements the plan goals in providing the neighborhood scale retail goods and services that will meet the needs of the town residents. In considering additional analyses regarding the inclusion of a convenience store use to the Town of Dumfries neighborhood business B2 zoning district, the applicant asserts that the consolidation of gasoline sales with neighborhood scale convenience retail is a common practice in the United States, insisting that 80% of motor fuel in the United States was sold at convenience stores in 2019. This information, again, was provided by the applicant, and it was cited by the National Association of Convenience Stores. In regards to traffic operation, the applicant indicates that the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, showed a correlation between the size of the convenience store and the amount of trips that are generally generated with such use. The applicant asserts that the ITE data shows low average daily trips with convenience stores that are 2,000 square feet and less, and demonstrates that a higher rate of daily trips is typically generated with convenience stores that are 3,000 square feet or more. This assumption infers that the higher number of trips generated by stores greater than 3,000 square feet or more is attributed to the ability for stores with larger square footage to increase the number of fueling positions on site. As shown in the diagram, which was provided by the applicant, the number of allowable gasoline fueling stations increases as the square footage of the store increases. In further considering traffic generated by a convenience store with gasoline use, staff believes that any new vehicular trips generated by a convenience store with gasoline sales will be largely attributed or largely made by residents that live within the town limits, and that new daily trips will be largely attributed to the convenience store component of this use. Trips made by the fueling stations components of the use will largely be pass-by trips, which are existing trips that are already on the network or already on the roadway that will make a stop without making a major route diversion. To further expound on the idea of pass-by trips, generally new trips generated by the site are trips that do not currently exist on the roadway. New trips are typically created by the change of land use and generally follow a pattern of accessing the new land use activity from a specific origin and then return to that origin to complete their trip. Pass-by trips, on the other hand, are existing trips that are currently on the roadway, which makes a route diversion or pit stop with the change of use, but do not return to their origin, but rather continue on their intended route, as shown in the diagram to your right. Pass-by trips are generally removed from trip generation analyses, reducing the amount of total trips. In closing, staff has determined that the proposed change to the zoning ordinance to allow the use of a convenience store with gasoline sales meets the intent of the B2 zoning district by providing a compatible use that contributes to the mixed variety of neighborhood scale retail uses in the district. Also, in respect to the zoning code, the use of a convenience store with the addition of gasoline sales is already established, defined, and the parameters for the development of such use are currently provided in the definition section of the zoning code. The proposed change to the B2 zoning district is in harmony with the comprehensive plan in fostering neighborhood scale retail options that meet the needs of the community. However, given the nature of the proposed use and the potential effects that this use will have on existing facilities, staff recommends that the convenience store with gasoline sales uses should be permitted in the B2 zoning district pursuant to a conditional use permit, so that there is a detailed staff and planning commission review of a specific development, and that the town council can impose conditions that ensure that the demand of the use will not have significant impacts to the site and neighboring land uses. As such, staff recommends that the Town of Dumfries Town Council approves the zoning text amendment application, ZTA 2020-001, subject to the provision to allow convenience store with gasoline sales use to be permitted in the business neighborhood B2 zoning district with a conditional use permit. Furthermore, on its regular scheduled meeting on September 14th, 2020, the Town of Dumfries Planning Commission recommended that the Town Council approve zoning text amendment ZTA 2020-001, subject to the provision to allow convenience store with gasoline sale use to be permitted in the business neighborhood B2 zoning district with a conditional use permit. This completes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Councilman Brewer has a question. Councilman Brewer, I seen your hand go up first. Go ahead. The floor is now yours. Oh, you guys are also on mute. You got to unmute. Over. All right. Councilman Brewer, the floor is yours.
First of all, this property is not conducive to a gasoline sales as well as a convenience store in that particular location. Right now, you've got one way in, one way out. The other end of the property, you have to jog out onto one street to get to another, and the length of these trucks, the gasoline trucks, can't make that turn. So that's going to be impossible. Now, second of all, I'm not agreeing with your traffic analysis. I don't know where you got it from, but obviously you're not here on a Friday evening, Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon to look at the traffic that builds up in this town. Third, if you look at the location of this, they're going to have to enter that from southbound Main Street, making a left into that property and then turn around and try to come back out to continue on their destination, continuing south. That means they're going to have to cross the northbound lane on Main Street. You already have Dunkin' Donuts next door to that property, and they try to do the same thing. That's why traffic gets backed up in their parking lot. Now, as a reference point, the Sunoco station across the street from this property, they have an entrance going in and an entrance going out that a truck of that size can complete. This right here, this is the second time this has come up. And why they keep bringing it up is because the owner of the property simply wants to get the zoning changed and try to make it attractive for him to sell. And I don't think it's the town council's responsibility to make any property attractive. The owner of the property should be going out and marketing this to people or businesses that would fall within the parameters of our current zoning text amendment. Every time I turn around, we're trying to change the zone and hand out these CUPs. These CUPs, we should not be doing these things left and right willy-nilly. I mean, I don't know why in God's name we keep trying to change these zoning text amendments. We have them there for a reason. This is totally ridiculous. Every time, and I bet we have two more coming up here. So, you know, the council needs to be careful about just handing these over. These don't go with the owner of the property. It goes with the property. Be very aware of that. That owner can sell that thing as long as he gets a zoning text amendment changed or a conditional use permit. He can change and sell the property, and that property goes and that zoning goes with the new owner. So, you know, with that being the case, I'm not for this at all. And it's simply because of logistics. It's impossible for a truck that size to enter that property and exit that property unless you want them to back out onto Route 1. And that's basically how they're going to have to get out of there. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman Brewer, for that land use lesson. Hold on one second. I failed to do something here. Sherman Patrick, the applicant, the attorney for the applicant is here. I need to give him an opportunity to address before I come back to council. Sorry, I skipped over him. I remember Mr. Caper. So, Mr. Patrick.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Typically, the council are allowed to ask staff questions prior to the representative providing their presentation.
Okay, there was no question for you just now, but I'll go around and see. I'll just go around, Robin. Councilwoman Miles.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I actually did have a question for Mr. Capers.
Okay.
And actually, this is just an educational moment for the citizens and also for us. If you could explain, because it's been brought up a couple of times, why we are seeing this application again, and just kind of explain, walk us through the process as to why it's coming up and what happened the first time to cause it to go back to us.
Yes, sure, Councilwoman Miles. You know, when this was first brought to the council, I wasn't a staff member here, but in going through the meeting minutes, as well as the staff reports, I believe that the council did not take action on this. Their action was to defer this application indefinitely. In that regard, the applicant had various options in petitioning the council to bring this back for a vote. It's my understanding that the applicant addressed the council during the council meeting to ask or to respectfully request that this matter be brought up for an action. I believe the applicant also petitioned several council members to get their support in having this brought up. The third step that they took is that they submitted a new application to have this heard in front of the council, to which in the last council meeting, the council authorized a public hearing for this item.
Councilwoman Miles, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Mr. Caper.
Councilman Fields, do you have any questions on the staff report?
No questions, just comments.
Make your comments, Councilman Fields.
Okay. In regards to the gas station, I'm in favor of it. I feel as though there is a need for another establishment like this on the south end of the town. On the south end of the town, we only have one. On the northern end of the town, we have four. That's two located by 234 and Route 1, one further down as you head toward Walmart on the right, and one at the intersection of 234 close to 95. So our people that live on the southern end of the town and in the east side of town, coming through Grand Park and beyond the Triangle area, there's only one gas station. Now, if we're talking about traffic backup, like Mr. Brewer said, on a Friday or a Saturday, yes, it's a lot of northbound traffic that is trying to get over to the Sunoco gas station. Now, with a gas station in that location, it'll be much easier for someone to jump in and get in and out very conveniently and continue on their way north without crossing back over. And then, as many have been directed from the Sunoco, to go all the way down back to the Quantico exit and Triangle to get back on 95 north or south. And usually they're going north to avoid all of the traffic tie-ups or traffic lights at that time. Now, in regards to driving a tractor trailer in and out there, we have several other businesses on that side that tractor trailers go in and out of every day. The post office, the Harley Davidson shop. People also make left turns to visit the barbecue establishment there, and the post office again, and the Harley Davidson dealership. So what would be different now? In my military career, I drove tractor trailers in my military career for over 20 some years. I could definitely get a tractor trailer up in there and out with no daggone problem. none whatsoever. So a professional tractor trailer driver, I believe, can get in and out there with no problem, left or right, however you want to spin it. They're professionals. We need to trust that their professionals can maneuver in traffic that way. With a CUP coming along with that, if we choose not to have left-hand traffic going into that establishment, we can very well do so. But we have to look at the other businesses along that side that traffic is also allowed to get into at that time. I think it'd be a great benefit. We have people further down Grand Park Road, Stonewall Manor. There's only one gas station in this town that they could visit. Otherwise, they're going down to Fuller Heights Road in the Triangle area to visit a gas station that only has 4 pumps. 4, as regards to what possibly could be up to 10 here, or maybe 8 at least, and that one. So I think it'd be a great benefit, something refreshing to our town. We don't want to stop growth in our town at all. I think it'd be very refreshing to our town, a new establishment to brighten up our community and so forth and so on. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Willis, do you have any questions or comments on the staff report?
Well, I'm concerned as to why this is coming forward again. I thought the council voted on the last go around of this when it came before council before, no. And there was a consensus and it went forward as a no. It wasn't the zoning text amendment, it was a no. And my question is, were the businesses and the residents, because this is in a residential area also across the street, were they sent letters or explaining anything about this zoning text amendment change and what was, all about the convenience store with gasoline? And also, where's the application for the, what the landowner, where's the application? It's not even part of the package. We can't even see it. Where's that, where's that located? Because I've looked, it's not anywhere.
Yes, so Councilwoman Willis, the zoning text amendment application was attached to the staff report that was submitted to council as well, that was published on the website. The other, to address your question, and I'll be remiss to not mention this, there is no development proposal in front of the council this evening. This is simply a zoning text amendment. And to Mr. Brewer's point, he is correct. The council does hear multiple zoning text amendment applications, probably more than I have ever done in my career. And the reason to that is because the way that our zoning ordinance is currently written, it only allows uses that are actually enumerated or permitted to be developed. But it gives applicants the opportunity to petition the council to add certain uses within certain districts. So I just want to remind the council that this is a zoning text amendment application to add this use. There's no development proposal. There's no address to be considered. There's no proposal in front of you. This is simply for the council to consider adding this use to the zoning ordinance. And again, Councilwoman Willis, to answer your question, to piggyback off my answer that I gave Councilwoman Miles, the council, my understanding of reviewing the meeting minutes is that the council deferred this indefinitely. There was no action that was taken on this matter.
The application, I don't think it's on this package, but I read through the application. The application is on the Planning Commission package from last night. If you just go on the website now, you can click on the Planning Commission package and you can see the.
Well, the one thing that I'm worried about and concerned about is we're getting partial information. We didn't know until 5 seconds ago to go on the application package that was delivered to the Planning Commission. If we had been able to do that and known about it, we'd have probably been able to pull it up before the meeting and been able to read it. So that's just the thing. If we are sitting trying to make a decision on this, we need all the information. And you didn't answer the questions. Were the citizens across the street from this particular property notified at all of the zoning text amendment?
Councilman.
Hold on, Mr. Capers, 1 second. I think that was answered that if we vote on this tonight after the public hearing and there's a motion and this passes, then the applicant for that address would then have to come back. But right now, we're talking about if we want to do a zoning text amendment. That's what Mr. Capers just explained. So right now, we're just talking about there's no property in discussion right now. There is an applicant with an address that put in for it, but we're just talking about a text amendment currently right now.
Well, if we'd had all the paperwork, we would have seen who everything was about, and then we wouldn't be having to ask these questions that are sort of in the ditch. So that's the only reason I was asking that. Now, it is important. I mean, the zoning text amendment is very important. It's not just a text amendment. And Mr. Mayor, you're making it seem like it's not important. It was important for this thing to come up again to the town council. And so just like the homeless shelter, we'll see it again. This is another thing that is second go round. And I think that we're, why are we amending our zoning? And the thing about it is, if I thought we had a planner, and Mr. Capers, are you that also?
I'm sorry.
Have you really looked at the plan for this town? And, it seems like everybody that puts in an application for whatever, it ends up in front of us and we have to deal with it. And then the zoning text amendment comes with a CUP and nobody can decide anything about the CUP because everybody's got their own opinion on who, what, when, and where it should come in and everything like that. I think zoning text amendments really need to be looked at very hard. Not willy-nilly at all. And so my vote is no on this. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Councilwoman Neville?
Yes, Mayor. I don't really have a lot to say, but I do go back to when this came to our attention previously. And my concerns remain the same concerns as they did at that time. I'm all for new development in the town. My concerns in that zone with having, and considering the future of our true main street, I would prefer there be no entrance or outlet from Main Street stated in this zoning text amendment. And that was my concern in the past. And I saw that Mr. Capers, you shared with us figure 3. So I'm not sure, maybe there's something you could share from figure 3 that speaks to my concerns, but I would be able to support this if there were no access from Main Street based on the future, the vision coming to fruition about Main Street. So that's mainly what I have to say about it. No change from the first time.
Yeah, certainly I could answer your question, Councilwoman Neville. Again, this is not a development package that's in front of the council. If the council so pleased to add this, to take the planning commission and staff recommendation to add this use to the zoning ordinance as conditional use permit, the council and staff and the planning commission will have the opportunity at that point, if a conditional use permit is submitted for any property within that zone, to actually evaluate and impose those specific conditions that you just named.
And for the edification of ourselves and the 29 participants in this meeting tonight, could you explain along Main Street where that B2, where it begins, where it ends?
Certainly, if you allow me to share my screen again, I could pull up the zoning map. And if you look closely, everything that is in the dark red here is the B2 zoning district.
Can you state that with like, from the Baskin Robbins, Dunkin' Donuts to?
So it's essentially from Grand Park Road and Main Street, and it extends north to where Route 1, where the 2 Route 1 converges. As shown
Okay,
on
so like to Harold and Kathy's.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So yes, my concerns remain. Thank you for sharing that, because I think that helps people understand not just the visual, but businesses that already exist there, where we're talking about having this zoning text amendment. And I completely understand that this isn't an individual business application at this point, but my concerns from the first time remain the same as far as that access. And I understand someone, should this pass, could come up with a CUP and we can put certain things in place. But I have to say that my opinions have not changed since the first time. So thank you so much for that clarification, Mr. Capers.
All right, Vice Mayor, the floor is now yours. I'm sorry. I had to get through everybody. We're coming back. There you go.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say that based on some of the questions, comments, and concerns that I've heard, a lot of them have been absolutely valid questions. One thing that someone mentioned early about why are we looking at yet another zoning text amendment, and I appreciate Mr. Capers' explanation about how the current zoning text is enumerated and it lists out things specifically. So what we're doing is, in light of our efforts to make Dumfries a destination place, grow the town, expand its businesses and entertainment and what have you in the area, and make Dumfries a more viable place, I think it's important that we continue to consider zoning text amendments as necessary so that we can allow for proper growth in the town. I think the other thing that's important to note is that this conversation has once again, as has so many times in the past, gone way off topic, because my understanding of what we are voting on today or talking about today is simply the text amendment change. When we start asking questions about whether or not neighbors have been informed of this change and who the applicant is and things of that nature, it veers us off track for what it is that we're trying to complete. And I think it's important that we are mindful of that and try to stay on track. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to give my comments and question. The application, the property owners are Equestries. I know he spoke. I didn't get a chance to speak yet, Mr. Fields. Thank you. Equestral Inc., which is I think a 3-member corporation who put in this application. I did take the time to reach out and have a conversation with the applicant, and he actually said I'm at liberty to say what he's trying to bring to the town. So I think I'm going to just say it now. In our Route 1 widening project, the 7-Eleven on the south side of town is going to be going away. They want to actually rent they want to actually put their 7-Eleven and gas station there long-term indefinitely. And I think that 7-Eleven has been in town as far back as I could research, over about 50 years that 7-Eleven has been there. So they're looking to move there and put a gas station on that piece of property. So the applicant is doing that on their behalf. And he gave me the liberty to say that, actually, when I spoke to him. I told him I might mention that. So I did want to bring that up. Again, this is about giving, I think, due process for applicants when they come in. You know, I think it's customary when somebody puts in an application that we have to see it. This is going to be for the town attorney. Ms. Pandak, I have a question for you. So in the spirit of due process, when an applicant puts in a zoning text amendment, does it have to come before council, or can staff just keep it from us and it doesn't come through this process at all?
Mr. Mayor, in response to your question, it is appropriate to raise zoning text amendments with the council to see if they want to proceed with them. And as I understand from Mr. Capers, a decision was made by the council to proceed with consideration, not approval yet, but consideration of this zoning text amendment.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. All right, we'll give everybody another chance to speak, and then we're going to open the public hearing. Go around. Mr. Brewer, the floor is yours.
Well, the two explanations I just got, hearing about from you and then hearing from Mr. Capers, is that it has nothing to do with the applicant. This is just to change the zoning to accept a convenience store or the gas station. then if it doesn't have anything to do with the applicant, why is the applicant's attorney here?
We'll give him a chance. Yeah, we'll give him a chance to speak after we
No,
go
I'm
around.
not asking when you're going to give him a chance to talk. I'm asking, is it one or is it the other?
Can I address this?
The explanation I've gotten are two different things. One is that the application, you said it has nothing to do with that. Then you said it was just about the convenience store with the gasoline station in it. Adding that to the text amendment as a by right use.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just, as a matter of legal process, maybe that would help.
Absolutely.
Anyone can apply and ask for a zoning text amendment.
Correct.
And that's what has occurred, and the council has said that it's willing to consider it. A zoning text amendment alone would not give a conditional use application to anybody. That is a separate process that has to occur. Every once in a while, they are paired together. I don't know that I think that's necessarily the best way, but in this case, it is not paired together. But the applicant would have an opportunity under the public hearing, if not separately as applicant here at the request of council, to present comments regarding that.
And I completely understand what you're saying, Ms. Bandak, and I don't disagree with you. But the explanation that was given was that an applicant is here to discuss, or the attorney for the applicant is here to discuss this on behalf of the applicant. That's the first thing. The second thing was, it was told to us not 5 minutes ago that this has nothing to do with an application. This is a zoning text amendment change. That's the second thing. The third thing is, 2 years ago, we had voted that any time a CUP or zoning text amendment comes up, that the applicant, not the representative, but the applicant be present along with the application, which is not here in this packet. I don't care if you got it posted on the internet, wherever. It's not in this packet. And that's something that was voted on by the council and approved by the council.
All right, does anybody else have any other comments before I go to the attorney? Vice Mayor? It's your second time.
So all things considered, with what I heard Mr. Caper say, so then does that mean that the applicant's representative has a right to testify because it's their request that we update the zoning text amendment? Mr. Capers, can you clarify that?
You're on mute. You're on mute. The phone, you got to push mute.
I'm sorry, I was muted for some reason. I couldn't unmute myself. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Can you please ask your question again?
Now, Vice Mayor, you're on mute.
Thank you. I was asking Mr. Capers, can you clarify that the applicant needs to provide testimony? Is that because it is their application to, or I'm sorry, it is their request for us to make the changes to the zoning text amendment? Can you please offer some clarification around that?
Yes, Vice Mayor, as Ms. Pandek stated, our zoning ordinance allows applicants to petition the council to add or amend the zoning ordinance. Because this was an application, this was a petition that was initiated, as you will, by an applicant. The applicant has the right to provide testimony on their request.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I assume then that we will allow the representative to address the council?
We will after we get through with all the council comments. I was just waiting for everyone to finish asking Mr. Capers questions.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more questions for Mr. Capers, I will let the authorized agent for Accessories Incorporated, Mr. Sherman Patrick Jr., take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm pleased to be here this evening. I am not an attorney. I am the land use planner that Equestries has asked to help them with the crafting of this language and the discussion of the topics that you all have thoroughly discussed this evening. Mr. Capers also gave a very good explanation of the situation. This is a proposal for a zoning text amendment. If you look at your definition of convenience store, it already contemplates the possibility that gasoline sales would occur in conjunction with a convenience store. So I think in a sense, this action that you're considering this evening is merely correcting an omission that's in the zoning ordinance today. And in fact is addressing a very common practice in the market today where you have convenience stores that also have gasoline sales associated with them. And by combining, the reason that this is popular, by combining these two uses, you allow consumers to make one stop to fulfill two needs. Whatever grocery items that they may need, generally a small purchase, not a grocery store, but rather bread, eggs, and milk for the trip home, and to fill the car with gasoline. These are the things that we all need on pretty much on a weekly basis, and maybe even more frequently, depending on how far you commute and how often you do your grocery shopping. The proposal is consistent with the stated purpose of the B2 district to provide convenient commercial services to the neighborhoods and to the community. So I think that it's, as was already stated, it is consistent with the goals of your zoning ordinance and your comprehensive plan. With respect to whether or not this is a site-specific proposal, I can assure you this is not a site-specific proposal. We have suggested that it could be permitted as a by right use, one in which someone would merely need to meet the minimum development standards of the jurisdiction, and they would be able to get a site plan approved. Or it can be by conditional use permit, as is recommended by the staff this evening. The conditional use permit allows you to look at all of the site-specific reasons that I've heard stated this evening for not approving the zoning text amendment. So it's really, I mean, that approach is really preempting the town council's future discretionary ability to look at the property, the site, the operation that's proposed wherever it is proposed in the B2 district, and make a good, sound decision as to whether it's appropriate and is compatible with the surrounding uses and with your infrastructure, particularly the transportation network. If you have any questions about the amendment, I will do whatever I can to share the benefit of many years in the planning profession and give you my thoughts. But this evening, we're hoping that you will support this zoning text amendment. And then if there is a site-specific proposal, you can be assured that you will have every opportunity to review all of the particulars and make sure that it is compatible and isn't disruptive in any way.
I thank you, Mr. Patrick, for your deposition. I'm gonna go around and just see if council has any questions for you, and then I will open the public hearing. All right, Councilwoman DeVille, any questions for Mr. Patrick?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilwoman Miles? Any questions? You're on mute. I didn't hear you.
All right, no, I don't have any questions.
Councilman Fields?
No.
Councilwoman Willis?
I just don't understand why Mr. Patrick is even here. If he's a planner, why don't we have the owners of the property here? That's all I have to say.
Councilman Brewer?
You say it again, no.
He said no. Okay.
No. He said no.
Vice Mayor?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. And I have nothing either, Mr. Patrick. All right, at this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing. We have 16 attendees in the public, 10 of us on the panel. All right, I know that Norman had his hand up earlier. I'm gonna, while everybody else gets their hand up, I'm gonna read Norman's comments into the record. He's Norman Thornton. In the, hold on, I gotta scroll all the way up. All right, Norman T. Thornton, 1537 Fort Sumter Court, Williamstown. All right, so from the mid 1990s to today, we've seen a 25% decrease in the number of, I guess them as gas stations around the country. Three big things have started to accelerate the decline in the past few years. There's been electric cars like the new Tesla Cybertruck. There's rideshare companies like Lyft and Uber, and something from the not so distant future like self-driving cars. Gas station futures look pretty bleak, but gas stations have been in decline for decades. Between 1994 and 2013, the number of retail fueling stations. Okay, mute your thing, Brian, please. But gas stations have been in decline for decades. Between 1994 and 2013, the number of retail fueling station sites in the U.S. fell from 202,800 to 152,995, a 25% decline. In 2015, the number had slipped to about 150,000. For a complete description of regulations, refer to Code of Federal Regulations 40 CFR Part 280. Gasoline leaking from service stations is one of the most common sources of groundwater pollution. All right. Thank you for your comments. Let's see. Was there anyone else here looking to speak on the public comment? I don't see any additional hands. Wait, a hand just popped up. Is that Mrs. West or Mr.
It is. Me again, Nancy West,
Hi,
3877
Mrs. West.
Cameron Street. I would like to remind the council that we do have 5 service stations, gas stations, some with convenience stores in Dumfries. We have the one that is northbound just beyond the light at 234, what we used to call the pumps. We have the BP on the corner of 234 and Route 1. We have the mobile station that is just reopened next to Coach House Therapy. We have the
Shell station.
The Shell station up on 234, close to McDonald's up there. And we have the one on the corner of Curtis Drive. I don't think we have to be known as the little town with 5, 6 gas stations.
1.6 miles.
1.6 miles and 6 gas stations. People can travel. They can travel to any of these. You could push your car if you were out of gas or walk. My other point is what has already been pointed out, the egress out onto Main Street. I have been coming around the corner there at the light of Red Park Road and Curtis Drive when people have been pulling out of the Dunkin' Donuts. It's a hazard. And then you are going to add other vehicles pulling out on South Main Street. I remember when this came before the council 2 years ago, and the applicant said then that he wanted this gas station and convenience store to face onto Dr. David Klein Street. The reason he wanted that is because Dr. David Klein was his grandfather, I believe. That meant that the back of the establishment was on Main Street. And the subject came up, if the back of your establishment is on Main Street, is this where your dumpsters are going to be? We have to think of what we want Main Street to look like. And I, for one, do not think that we want Main Street to have dumpsters. And I don't think that we need another service station. Thank you very much.
Norman. Go ahead.
Well, my husband just added me a note, said the mayor did not read all of Mr. Thornton's comments. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Okay. I see the rest of it here. Convenience stores are so common across the United States that 93% of Americans live within just a few minutes of one. One out of every 3 stores in America is a convenience stores, and most of them sell fuel. About 80% of convenience stores in the U.S. are also gas stations, and 80% of the fuel sold in the U.S. is sold at convenience stores. Despite the size of the industry, it's rather overlooked and misunderstood. The fact that it is changing might be going unnoticed among the radical alterations to the retail landscape elsewhere. Smartphones enabled with maps means fewer people are stopping at the convenience store asking for directions or buying maps. Americans are smoking fewer cigarettes, which were an important source of sales for convenience stores. Cars have become more fuel efficient, and America is turning toward electric and hybrid vehicles, which don't require as much of any gasoline. The gas and convenience business are thriving, are investing in food and more specialty retail. Regional chains such as Wawa, Sheetz, and Racetrack are now competing with coffee shops. Now competing with coffee shops and restaurants to protect themselves against changing consumer tastes. The National Association of Convenience Stores. So some independent stores have managed to shift, but many lack the store space, funds, or knowledge to invest in kitchens and other amenities. Those independent owners who are making the shift say being nimble and adaptive is the key to survival. Whether it's a tax amendment or not, looking down the road to the impact of any action now is what planning is all about, is it not? You've already received a petition where nearly 100 residents said no to such a change. Another 100 or so residents signed another petition to add to the first. We know there will be a site-specific proposal, so who are all these people who have requested? All right, those are the entire feedback. Next to speak is DJ Press. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Yeah, that's my stage name. My actual name is Larry Nickerson. I'm a resident of Dumfries as well. And I've been listening to everything that everyone has said. My point of view on this whole subject is this. As I had stated in a different council meeting that, my first tenure with this town was back in 1986, and the town has not grown much since that time period, 1989. I'm having a hard time understanding. It seems to me as though folk don't want to see growth. And we have a community partner that has been in our backyard for a very long time who wants to expand and continue to do business in Dumfries and help the town of Dumfries grow as well. On the south side of town, as it was stated earlier too, you have nothing but the one gas station. We all know that the growth in Dumfries, the expansion of Main Street, all that is a very real topic, and it's going to happen. This topic and this venture fits right in with the growth that we need to see in Dumfries. When that Main Street gets cul-de-sac down at the end, that one gas station is going to be, it's going to be hard to access. When you're in Main Street, if you're coming into Main Street to as this is supposed to be a destination point at some time, when you come into Main Street and you shop and dine and you're ready to hit the road, it would be easier and more convenient, hence the word convenience, to gas up right here in town and then get on the road. I don't personally, I know about the fact we have 5 gas stations, but we only have one on this end. And the folks south of us, Triangle, they don't have anything. They got robbed at their gas stations when that area got widened, and they still use or come into Dumfries as well. This would benefit our partners, right beside us as well. Those folks, the folks at Quantico, it's a more positive venture then I see it, then a negative one. Also, in the plan of, we are not the professionals. I'm pretty sure whoever does the design of this or whatever business that might come in there, they will look at the space. They will figure out what needs to happen and how these trucks will turn around. And this design would be done accordingly. So we have to leave that to the professionals that plan these type of ventures. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Nickerson, for your comments. All right, any other members of the public, 16 attendees that remains that wanted to speak on this? Okay. Seeing none at this time, I'm going to close out the public hearing. We'll go back to council discussion and then allow for a motion. All right, Councilman Brewer.
Well, I don't think adding a gas station with a convenience store would be considered economic growth. Okay, that's first thing. Second thing is, I think we've got plenty of gas stations here. The council, with the fact that this thing facing the back of the store, facing Main Street, is appalling. Number one. And I don't know how in God's name he plans on marketing that. The next thing is, Mr. Fields had indicated that he's a professional truck driver and he can maneuver a truck in and out of there. Well, first of all, if the back of the store is there, the only in and out is going to be not on Route 1, but it's going to be on Dr. David Klein Drive, which is a pipe stem off of Route 1. So you would have to maneuver from Dr. David Klein Drive and make a sharp turn just to get to Route 1, then make a sharp left-hand turn to get on northbound Route 1. Virtually impossible. There's no room for it. There's no room for a tractor trailer, a 40-foot long tractor trailer to be turning around in a parking lot. There's not enough area.
So Mr. Brewer,
a convenience store. I don't mind a convenience store there, but a gas station, it's just not feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Councilwoman Mouse.
I do have a question for Mr. Capers, because I do have a concern about the back of the store facing. As far as the CUP goes, could we put that in the CUP that the front of the store face Main Street, Vice David Klein Drive?
Mr. Mayor, if I might respond to.
Yes, Ms. Panic, because I think it's more appropriate.
The answer to your question is that is a legitimate consideration when there is an application actually coming into the planning office and headed towards council with respect to the types of conditions if you were to approve it. So the answer is yes. I think to try to address that issue on the text amendment is not appropriate tonight.
I don't know why, but we got to do our due diligence.
Okay, so if we got an application with the CUP, we could put that condition in there, basically, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that hypothetically, the answer is yes, that would be a reasonable consideration if you look at the specific conditions of the neighborhood surrounding this piece of property, whatever piece of property. Right now, we think we know the property, but that's not necessarily the case. So the answer is yes, in terms of adapting it to that area where the property might be located. You are correct.
Okay, thank you.
In essence, we could do just like we've done.
All right, so just want to remind council before I go to you, Vice Mayor, that the application is for a zoning text amendment in the B2 zone. That's all. That's what we're voting on here today. So that's what the discussion. Vice Mayor, is that your discussion in that direction? Okay, Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Two things. I would like to request that other council members have their their computers on mute, because when Councilwoman Miles was speaking, it was difficult to hear her at times due to background noise of unmuted microphones. Secondly, I believe Councilwoman Miles' question was directed at Mr. Capers. Is it more important for Ms. Pandak to answer that question than it is for staff?
But it was more of a legal question, so we
Okay.
gave it to, yeah. It was a legal technical with that.
All
I
right, thank you.
certainly defer to Mr. Capers on the planning issues.
Yeah, just the legal side.
Just trying to understand. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor? You good to go? All right, Councilwoman Neville.
Yes, I'd like to follow up in the spirit of Council Miles' question with my concerns about Main Street from Ms. Pandak. Are those main entry concerns that should be addressed right now, or typically with the individual applications for a CUP?
So is that, you're asking a legal question?
I asked, yeah, Ms. Pandak, about my concerns about the access to Main Street, because that's my main concern with this. I don't care for just thinking of the future or the vision of Main Street, the access on Main Street. So what I'm asking her, following in line with Councilwoman Miles' question, is that something legally that I should stick to? Because that is my concern right now. Or should this be more so for the individual CUP applications? I'd like for her to clarify that.
I think it's more legally, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I think it's more legally appropriate to consider that at the application stage. Certainly, and I think Mr. Capers may want to follow up on this. What you are looking at now is whether gasoline with convenience stores are appropriate in the B2 zoning district generally. And that's where you should be focusing your attention as to where you have B2, what your view is of what that B2 commercial district should be like, and whether this fits into it as a generic classification for a text amendment.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilwoman Neville? Is that it?
No, that's it for me.
Okay. All right, Councilman Fields. You have it. All right. I think we went around it. Everybody, Councilwoman Willis, did you get?
No, you missed
Okay.
it.
All right.
Well, we're not talking about a CUP. That comes later down the road. Am I right, Ms. Pandak? We're talking about asking for an amendment to the by right use in this B2 zone. That's it. It has nothing to do with the owner of the property. It has nothing to do with any of this. It's just changing the zoning to allow for convenience store with gasoline in that use. So that's it. And then once we do it and someone applies for it, and then the CUP comes into place. No. All right.
No, that use. If it's a by right use, they don't need to make an application. The only time they would need to make an application if this is rejected, and then they would have to apply for a CUP.
Is that correct, Ms. Pandak?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that Mr. Capers should talk to you directly about this.
Okay.
Because it is either by right or with a conditional use permit. My understanding is that what I'm hearing is that you want a conditional use permit for it, but Mr. Capers should address that because that's the planning issue.
That is in the report that Mr. Capers gave prior to the public hearing, that he made the recommendation that the council approved this with a conditional use permit. That was part of the staff presentation that we just went through. Mr. Capers made the recommendation to add the text amendment for convenience stores with gas station with a conditional use permit. So that was the staff recommendation in his report that he just gave.
So we're doing both. Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not doing by right. The recommendation is by conditional use permit.
Wait a minute. We got to change the zoning to allow it in the B2 zone first.
No, with a text amendment.
Right.
By conditional use. That's what we're here to do.
That doesn't even make any sense.
It's the same thing that we did with Rosie's. We added the use by conditional use into the zone. And then they came back and they turned around and they applied. It's a two-step process here.
Yeah, it is. You're making it one.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Where's Capers at?
Mr. Capers. You want to put the screen back up on your staff report again, please?
Yes. I'm sorry, my video, I'm having difficulties with this, but I'll share my screen. Is that the information you needed, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, staff recommends approval of zoning text application 2002-001 to prevent convenience stores with gasoline use in the business neighborhood B2 zoning district as an allowable use pursuant to a conditional use permit.
I apologize. But I think that I don't think council should approve either one, but that's my opinion.
Okay, everyone gets to vote. I'm going to move on the staff recommendation. I move that we accept. I have to pull up the language. So I done got all the way off. All right. Make a motion to amend chapter 70 of the town code concerning convenience stores with gasoline sales by conditional use.
A second.
Okay.
I said it, but I was unmuted.
Yeah, everybody was on mute. All right, it's been motion and second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Councilman Brewer. You're on mute. You're on mute. Okay, you're unmuted.
I have a legal question for Ms. Pandak. Since the vice mayor's husband is on the planning commission, should she be abstaining herself or not? That's my question.
Mr. Mayor, do you want a response?
Yes, please.
To my knowledge, there is no legal conflict in that regard. Now, if there were to be a personal interest based on monetary involvement of some sort, we would have to look under the State Conflicts of Interest Act. But
okay, that's fine. I just want to get that clarified.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And the town council, I believe, actually appointed Mr. Nickerson to the Planning Commission.
Any further discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Okay, seeing no further discussion on the motion. All right, Councilman Fields.
Aye.
All right, Councilman Brewer.
No.
Okay. Councilwoman Willis.
No.
Councilwoman Miles.
Yes.
Councilwoman Neville.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Okay, and that's a yes for me. The motion carries 5-2. All right. It's now 9:30, council. I want to check in with you before I move to the next item because I don't want to get halfway through the item and y'all all are yelling at me for a stretch break. Are you okay? Or do you need a stretch break? Just shake your head yes. If not, you say yes. Okay, two of y'all say. All right, you're gonna take another 5-minute stretch bathroom break, and I will return back at 9:37. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. All right. I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. Next on the agenda is an ordinance to authorize the town manager to execute a lease agreement for town-owned property at 17739 Main Street. Mr. Rogers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. The ordinance and the amended lease that is before you is for a current tenant on the 3rd floor of our municipal building who is changing the space that they are currently leasing, which necessitates the amended lease. So I'm looking for a motion to approve from council on this item.
Okay, council questions? Councilman Brewer. You're on mute.
Give me a minute there.
All right.
This tenant, are we paying for this renovation of theirs or their addition to their space?
There is no renovation.
So they're just moving right in.
They're already a tenant. They're reducing their square.
I'm saying they're increasing their space size, but we're not, it's not costing the town anything by moving any walls or anything like that.
No, sir.
All right. Another question. The nutrition center downstairs, what did we pay to have that renovated?
Hold on. Excuse me, town manager. The discussion item on the floor is the
I
current lease
understand
for the
what
property.
discussion item is. It's about leasing the space.
But you're moving from one space to the other. So we're talking about one space. We're going to stay on this topic right now.
Well, so you don't want the public to know what we had paid to renovate the space?
We discussed that. You brought that up when we talked about that lease. Now we're talking about another lease where they're reducing square footage. So we're just going to stay on topic.
Okay, that's fine. I'll ask it in a minute.
Okay. Any other questions about the current lease discussion? Councilwoman Willis.
One quick question. The looking at the lease amendment to this, it says in the lease that the abated amount for October, November, December, is that added to the end? Or was it forgiven?
It is related to an amendment because they have an existing lease and so the terms are changing.
Exactly, but abated, is it because they can't occupy the space that they're moving to?
Their rent is, the total amount of their rent is being reduced because the square footage is being reduced. So that abatement is the reflection of their existing lease with the changes that are before you.
Okay. It says something about there's a 5-year term. So they're going from a 3-year to a 5-year? Or from a 5-year to a 3-year?
You're asking, are they going from a 5-year?
What's the 21, 22, 23? Are they, so they are currently in a 5-year lease, correct?
Correct.
And they're reducing the size of their footprint in that building, going to a smaller spot. And they're reducing their, the term, correct?
Yes, they're reducing the amount of space. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question? We have Trimark. Why is the town writing leases? Is there a reason why we're not utilizing the attributes that we have hired Trimark for, is to manage and write leases and do everything in that building? Why you as town manager are you doing this?
So I'm not doing anything different than what has been the practice. The town owns the building. The council is required to authorize any lease for any tenant. Trimark handles the tenant negotiations. If leases need to be written, they have always been either existing leases or they've been written by our attorneys. So nothing is changing. The only change that you'll notice is in the past, the leases were not attached to the ordinance. In consultation with Ms. Pandek, we believe that it's the best practice that this information be provided to the public and to the council at the time of action. So that is why you have the lease before you this evening.
Okay, so we still have a contract with Trimark.
Yes, ma'am.
When is their contract over with?
I can provide that answer to you. I don't know off the top of my head.
Can you provide it to us in a memo by tomorrow afternoon?
If you would like, yes, I can.
I would
send it.
like.
If an
Thank you.
email would suffice. I will send it by email tomorrow.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the lease agreement before you, council? Okay, seeing none. I guess anybody in the public here to speak on the lease agreement? I'm going to open up the public hearing here. Okay. Mr. Thornton, can you bring him in, please? All right, Mr. Thornton, is your microphone working? If not, there is a call-in number on the website that you call in and we can hear you as well, next to the packets and stuff as well. Let's go down. See. All right, if anybody sees his comments, if he has any comments, or is his mic not working, his hand went down. Okay.
Looks like you had one comment. I don't know if it's old or not, but it says, how does this benefit the town?
Yeah, I think
how does their change benefit the town? I think he's talking about their change in location. I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's just it's a public comment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Norman. All right. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. All right, council, any further discussion on the proposed the execution of the lease agreement for the town-owned property? All right, seeing none, I welcome a motion to authorize the town manager to execute the lease.
Hey, Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
A
absolutely.
little delayed clicking the buttons. So just to make sure, and I'm sure if we're still with Trimark has gone through their process. I'm curious to know what the terms of the original lease was, like for the original space, when was that over? Like if they recently signed a 3-year lease, when was that lease over? Do we know?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's in the amendment. It is ending this calendar year, December 2020.
So this is they're ending the original lease. So they've done everything they're supposed to do for the term of the original lease. And shifting, this is totally a new lease. Just to say there's no overlap here as far as abandoning one contract and starting another.
This is an amendment. The existing lease is still in place. This is essentially an extended term on the lease. However, it necessitates council approval because the price per square footage changes by them reducing the space.
Okay. All right. And so this, all right, I'm just thinking exactly what date, because my pages are out of order for my printout for the packet tonight. But when does the original lease end? Is that December of this year?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this newly amended lease starts when?
October 1st. October 1st, 2020.
At the same time. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, was there any other questions? All right, I'm confused. Lisa, was there a motion on the floor? No, I don't think there was a motion. No, was there? I don't recall.
Yes, Mayor.
Right.
There was a motion to approve.
Who made the motion and who seconded the motion?
I said so moved.
You said so moved. Who seconded?
get to it.
Okay. So Councilman Fields moved. Is there a second on his motion? I'm sorry, because I missed it. That's why I didn't know it was a motion.
A second.
Okay, Vice Mayor second. All right, so the motion on the floor is to approve the amendment, the lease, to authorize the town manager to enter into a lease agreement with the town-owned properties at the space located 7739, with a motion made by Councilman Fields and second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. All right, Councilwoman Mouse.
Yes.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
All right, Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilman Brewer.
Aye.
Councilman Fields.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nickerson. That's a yes. And Mayor Wood is a yes. Okay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next on the agenda is an ordinance to authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with the IDA of Prince William County to administer the Town of Dumfries CARES Act funding program. All right, town manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. The next two items were introduced and scheduled for this public hearing at the last council meeting. So the ordinance that's currently before you is to authorize an MOU with the Prince William County Industrial Development Authority to administer the Dumfries CARES Act funding grant program, as was requested, the requested title at the last council meeting. So this MOU establishes the terms by which we will make available $150,000 of the CARES Act money that we have already received and make that available to businesses within our town. As you all know, the town is not permitted to make grants to private businesses. So the IDA has agreed to be our conduit to allow us to facilitate these grants. The application will be administered by the town. The town will review the applicants as is required by the CARES Act funding provisions. We will share that information with the IDA, and the IDA will make those grants directly payable to those selected businesses. As we discussed at the last meeting, I forwarded the criteria for funding from the Treasury Department and guidance for uses for the CARES Act funds. This is a extension of the additional items that the town has also had to undertake in order to make sure that we can continue to do business in light of this global pandemic. So I'm excited that the IDA has agreed to do this. As you all know, we are required to have these funds dispersed by December 30th. And so time is of the essence for us to be able to provide this assistance to our community. So the item that's before you is for the MOU, and so I look for a motion to approve. And then following that is a budget amendment that puts those funds in place to allow for that trade.
So town manager, I guess a couple things. Will you add in the word Dumfries CARES Act funding program to the resolution? Because it just says the Dumfries CARES program.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and put in the word act and funding in that. I know that we requested. Also, I just wanted to bring up that the Treasury Department stuff was kind of real vague. And I know and I saw there was a whole list of FAQs that came with it because there were just different questions that came up last time. And I know dealing with any type of grant program, you know, in nonprofits and things like that, it's kind of funny. You know, people get in trouble with gift cards, but I know last time Councilwoman DeVille brought up, instead of doing something like this, was there a possibility of doing gift cards? Were we able to get any type of legal opinion on that as far? And I wanted to ask Ms. Spandeck if she had an opportunity to look that up as well.
Mr. Mayor, yes, in fact, we did review that matter, and we concluded that it was marginal at best on what might be done under the CARES Act. And if we couldn't find anything that said that gift cards could not be done, but we found similar contemplated ideas and activities that were found to not be appropriate or legal under the CARES Act. And then secondly, as the town manager's already told you with respect to the IDA, the town council cannot give
Money out.
gift cards directly. The IDA would not give gift cards directly. I think the town manager can vouch that they're willing to help with respect to the businesses, but that is not the role of the IDA to do that. And the town council, even if it has the authority to do this, doesn't, for example, have its own Department of Social Services that could do that administration. And this is probably so many levels you don't want to hear this, but the gift cards themselves could not go out to every resident of Dumfries. If DSS were to have hypothetically the authority to do this, they would have to do an income analysis. And so practically speaking, even if they endeavored to do that, they'd have to document it. The value administratively of trying to do that for the value of the cards is, and when you don't have your own Department of Social Services, makes it practically a large barrier. So it's a very generous concept, but it's one that also has been found to be problematic generally, and then we can't find that it's authorized under the CARES Act.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to research that for us. We appreciate it. All right, I'm going to open this up for the Councilwoman DeVille. Seeing your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Pandak. I have a question just to follow up with that. Actually, first I'll start with a comment following up with Mr. Rogers. Just to clarify, I believe it was stated the last meeting that if a business received CARES Act funding from the county, they could not receive CARES Act funding from the town. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I said that they would not be restricted from getting a grant from both entities.
So they could get both?
Yes,
okay, well, that's good. All right, so also just provisions for nonprofits to apply as well, as that definitely used county funding. I just want to reiterate that. And also, in speaking of nonprofits, I think we should consider, this will be a conversation with Mr. Liga. There are ways around things to do them correctly, because we don't want any problems with the federal government with their grant programs. I promise you that one. But perhaps if a significant portion could be donated to acts in specific, being specific about it, having that donation go to their food pantry, because usually during the fall, we come up on a time where they have a shortage, especially as they prepare for Thanksgiving and just upcoming holidays. So is that possible that we could give a significant amount of this funding to ACTS to support their food pantry?
What I could say, Councilwoman, is that that is a good idea. The county has already done that in part with the CARES Act funding that we received from the state. I would be happy to work with the nonprofit community to figure out the best way to administer something like that. What I would say is that the current appropriation that we have in the budget ordinance that goes along with this IDA agreement details specific expenses, particularly making this 150 available directly to businesses. There is approximately another 450,000 coming to the town from the CARES Act that has pretty much not been discussed in terms of how that would be utilized. I think that that would be something that could be more significant, a more significant amount, should that be the idea that the council would like to utilize. I would request that we contemplate that for the 450 that is to come. So that we can go ahead and make this grant available directly to businesses that are businesses and nonprofits that are eligible.
And what was the maximum amount that each applicant could possibly receive?
For this application is $10,000.
Up to $10,000. And I was under the impression with this item tonight that we could possibly share other ideas as well for the spending of this funding, especially in the event, lo and behold, if we don't get an additional $450,000 in the future. But I would suggest, especially, I'm sure Councilwoman Willis is going to ask about that list with the spending of the $71,000. So I'll just wait and make another comment after that. But I would like to see a significant amount of funding go to acts, not just $10,000. They are specific. Of course, we have a lot of nonprofits in our community, but acts is very unique. And I say that knowing all full well of the donations they receive from the county. I think if we can give them more, we should. I have concerns. Again, we're dealing with federal grants. You do not want to play with the feds. I cannot stress that enough, especially when it comes to their money. So if we don't have clear, specific ways to use it, we're accepting funds that we may not be able to spend because even with our businesses in town, there are some hurdles there with that paperwork. Most of that paperwork should already be on file in town. But as far as having the documentation, are our businesses filing as self-employed at the end when they do their taxes, or are they filing tax papers of having actual employees? So when we think about our micro business owners in town, which I don't have a list, I'll get to that later, of businesses in town, I would not be surprised if we find ourselves holding on to this money and maybe giving it back to the IDA. I mean, what happens if we cannot spend this money? Does it go back to the county with the IDA program? What happens if we cannot show that we can spend this money?
So that's why this is before the council tonight. The goal is to make the 150 available immediately. Because we have until December 30th to spend this money, the expenses have been contemplated for the first 450 that we have received. The additional 450 is coming. And that's why I said it's been determined that it's been awarded. It's on the way to our bank account. So there is a future discussion. However, to your point, no money will be dispersed to the IDA until a successful grant application has been approved by the town. And also to your point, the town's approval is not discretionary as to business A versus business B. It is, did you check all of the boxes that we can certify to the federal government that we were allowed to provide this grant? Those are the checks. And so once that happens, then we will disperse those funds. The reason why we want to go ahead and get this approved and make this available as soon as possible is to allow for the businesses to be able to apply for the grant program, which is why I said if there are funds left over, we would have to do a reallocation or return those funds. So that is the technical process, but we're hoping that what we can make available to the community, they are able to apply and receive that. And for the additional 450, I have had conversations with other council members about ideas on how they would like to see the CARES Act money implemented. And so I am looking to have that conversation about the additional 450 once we can come up with some ideas that meet the muster of the Treasury Department.
Okay, and one last question. Don't want to get ahead of myself because I was going to bring this up later in our meeting, but how will the businesses be notified that this is available? Actually, I had two. And as far as the stipulations that are in place, like you have to be in business 2 years, are those firm as presented by the county or by the federal government? Or is this something we can change? Because I know the county had a difficult time pretty much trying to give their money away, and they made changes so that they can actually fund other entities, I'll put it that way. So are those firm, Or could we change them? And two, how will the business know? How will they know?
At this juncture, the guidance is clear. I think some communities were a little more strict, only because they were strict about the amount of monies that they were trying to target specific businesses to give the money to. And so once time elapsed, they realized that they still had money, so they opened up the qualifications. But most of the what you're referring to is because people tried to target specific industries. So as you'll note, ours is open to businesses, nonprofits, and the criteria that you see there is essentially the minimum that the federal government is requiring us. So this is all we are permitted to give, but everybody that we are permitted to provide a grant to, that's what the criteria is. So it's as open as it could possibly be, I guess, to answer your question. And then your other question was, I'm sorry.
How will they know? How will the businesses be notified that this opportunity is available to them?
So we are prepared, if this is approved this evening, to put the application and materials on our town website, our social media. We also are prepared to do mailers to the business community and mailers, flyers, that sort of thing. And any other suggestions that council has to get the word out, we're in position to be able to take those suggestions and act on them as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other council have any questions about the IDA MOU agreement to establish a grant program for the Dumfries CARES Act funding? Councilwoman Willis.
The one thing I'd like to say is when we get the money and the money that we've already received, the last time I talked, we had a meeting the 1st of September. I asked about the breakdown of the monies that we had already had, and it's under administration, which is like a catch-all. And I want to know specifics about where the money has been put in our budget, what it was spent on, how much was it all spent? I want specific breakdown of every little thing.
Okay, Councilwoman Willis, can you say that for the town manager report? And let's just talk to.
No, this is for CARES money. This is CARES money, and that's what we're talking about.
We're talking about a grant program right now. We just have the public hearing
but the
about the grant program on the CARES Act. You can ask them about the other CARES money in the town manager report.
Okay,
right now, let's just speak to the.
Okay, all right, I will.
Thank you.
The one thing that I was wondering about in this particular draft that we have from the town manager concerning it, why are we asking for the people that are applying for this particular money, this CARES money, to give us what their revenues are, what their license is, all this particular information, when I think the town should probably already have that. And if they don't, they should.
It's required by the federal government.
I understand that. I understand the requirements that it needs to be on there. But the thing about it is, if we're asking everybody to provide the most recent business license and then tangible property returns, or Virginia tax returns, why, with people in our town who are businesses, whether they're nonprofit or for-profit businesses, why does the town ask them for it, then cross-check it with what we've got on file? Do we have this information on file in our particular software systems that allow us to, double check everything?
We will double check everything.
So is it in our system?
Yes, ma'am. I can't speak to every specific business. That's why there's an application and businesses have to sign that they have this information. I could not answer that question blanketly for every potential business that may be in town. I know that this doesn't apply to any businesses in Dumfries, but some people in some places do business without documentation to the county or the town. So we are required by the federal government to ensure that all that information is provided, which is why we asked for that on the application so that it is clear. We also certainly would not just pull that information without a business knowing. So that information is asked up front so that everyone knows what is required in order for us to be able to make grants.
And can you as town manager provide us as council a list of all of the businesses in the town of Dumfries?
I don't see why not.
Okey-doke, by, let's see, Friday, close of business.
I would ask for a little more time to allow me to get with my staff. I'm keeping a list here. So as soon as I get that list, I will send it to the council.
I'd just like to make one comment. I remember asking our previous treasurer, Retta Ladd, to provide me with that particular information, and it took her all of 2 hours. So that's why I was asking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not the treasurer, so I will find with the staff and we'll get that information to you.
If
Councilman
that's the
Field.
case, hang on, if that's the case, then what's your timeline for getting back with us a copy of the businesses in the town of Dumfries?
I will let you know my timeline tomorrow.
Can you send an email to all the council letting us know?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilman Fields, did you have anything? Okay, Councilwoman Miles. Councilman Brewer, did you have anything? Okay. Vice Mayor, I'm gonna come back to you. I just want to make sure I go around one time.
No.
Vice Mayor, okay. Councilwoman DeVille.
Thank you, Mayor. When I was speaking earlier, I forgot to mention on the application, I know this is a draft, but I just wanted to point out on page 8, where it does say most recent town of Dumfries business license. I do feel that should say current business license, because it seems to me that opens up what could be a Pandora's box of sorts. When we say you have to have had your business in place for 2 years, right? So that's why it's asking for tax returns for FY 28 and 2019. But I think we need to be consistent with that and using the current 2020 business license to make sure these are in fact current town businesses. Otherwise, I do have some concerns that you may have a business that had a license in 2018 and they may have been in place for a while. I think that shouldn't say most recent. It should say 2020 business license.
So I guess Councilwoman DeVille, if you look up at, so you want everything, if we go back up to page 2 and you look at the qualification criteria, you want that same language to kind of match the application, because you see up there it says business must be current on taxing most recent tax year, business must have, so you
Yes,
want.
Mayor, that's in line with, that will bring all of that on the same page. As with, I didn't say earlier, but I appreciate your comment because I had a note about that too, with keeping that name that we voted on last year, last month, consistent with this item. But yes, I think if we say the 2020 business license, that keeps all of this consistent.
Okay.
And again, it's a federal grant. Y'all don't want to play with the federal grant, trust me.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I've got one little thing to say. We didn't get exhibit B and C.
You say exhibit
B and C.
What page is A on and B? Hold on. Exhibit.
A is the application. B, I don't know where B and C is.
Yeah, I'm not exhibit A. Exhibit A is the Dumfries Cares Grant Program application draft.
Mm-hmm.
And you say there's supposed to be a B and C?
It says it in the text of the draft. Does anybody else have B and C?
Transmission of town man. Okay, so list of recipients. So exhibit B will be the list of recipients. Once we get the recipients, then there'll be, right now there's no list of recipients, so there's no exhibit B. And exhibit C is the transmission of funds. So once funds have been transmissioned, then there'll be exhibit C. So we don't have an exhibit B or C.
Well, why wouldn't we have a blank one to show what it is? If this is a black, if it's a draft, if it's blank.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can add a blank in the application. I don't see no problem putting a blank list of fake recipients.
Then this way we've got, we don't have to read through the whole entire document to figure out what B and C are. It's at the end and we see it.
Okay, noted. All right. So the town manager, if this passes today, the IDA, how are citizens going to be able to notify the IDA? Are they notifying the IDA or Dumfries, and then Dumfries notifies the IDA to disperse the money? Is that how this is going to work?
The application would be the town's application. We would handle that. So if this passes this evening, we will notify the IDA that the council approves of this MOU. We will take the next step to execute it and advertise the grant program.
Okay. All right. See no further comment. You're looking for a motion to execute the agreement with the IDA with Prince William County to administer the Town of Dumfries CARES Act funding grant program.
Yes, sir.
You're on mute.
Do we need to open a public hearing?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Miles. All right. At this time, we're going to open the public hearing. All right. Hopefully everybody in the public hearing knows how to cut their mics on. All right, the public hearing is now open. Norman, I see your hand up. Okay. Norman, the floor is yours.
Like you left something in the comments.
His mic doesn't work, Derek. Can you read it for us?
What is it? I don't see anything.
It's in the questions and answers at the bottom.
I have it right here. If you allow, I can go ahead and read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, to notify CARES Act funds availability for town business, how about displaying a banner when driving into the town? A BZA member, I too would like a list of town businesses. In fact, such a list on the website is both public service and town economic development.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Norman. Is anybody else wanting to speak to the ordinance to authorize the town manager to execute the Town of Dumfries CARES Act funding program? All right, seeing no other hands, we're going to close the public hearing. All right. Now we'll welcome a motion and discussion. All right, so I'll make the motion to authorize the town manager to execute agreement with the IDA of Prince William County to administer the Town of Dumfries CARES Act funding grant program.
Second.
All right, second by Council Lady DeVille. All right, any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing no discussion on the motion, I'm going to call for the question. Councilman Fields.
Aye.
Councilwoman Miles.
Aye.
Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
Councilman Brewer.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Mayor Wood. It's a yes. All right, so the ordinance to authorize town manager to execute Town of Dumfries CARES Act funding grant program passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is an ordinance to appropriate the money for this grant program for the FY21 general fund. Town manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. So you said it exactly right. This ordinance appropriates the funding to make this grant available. As you have heard, there is approximately $230,000 that is not part of the grant program. And I know that there were questions about how those funds were spent. So this is to appropriate those funds. They have not been, we have spent a small portion related to FY20, and we've begun spending the remaining portion, and they fall into some major categories. So approximately $50,000 would be allocated for the continual cleanings of the facilities as well as vehicles to ensure the sanitary compliance with the guidelines related to coronavirus. Approximately $20,000 would facilitate the remote working as well as the remote procedures for allowing people to conduct business with us being remote. Additionally, approximately $50,000 would be allocated for the necessary infrastructure improvements. So that would be to install glass within the customer service center, also the council chambers, window signage, things that would
Excuse me, town manager.
Yes.
Is this dealing with the public hearing that we're about to have about appropriating the Dumfries CARES Act funding grant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure because I didn't see all of those numbers and figures on the appropriation. All right, go ahead. So I just thought I was getting lost here.
I'm sorry, and I'm almost done. I was just explaining the types of things that the I guess more internal, the funding that's not for the grant, what that line.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to follow along.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, carry on.
And then so about $20,000 would be related to public PPE, signage, and things of that nature. And then there's approximately $20,000 that we would make available for the coronavirus relief fund, which is related to payroll, and that is a personnel expense, any type of fees that will be associated with ensuring that all of the applicable rules are up to date based on the new guidance from the federal government. So those are the broad categories for which the funding is designed to be used in terms of the town's continual operations, in addition to the 150 that is made available with the grant with the IDA. And so I'm looking for a motion to approve this item as it relates to the grant as well as the town's CARES Act funding.
Okay, so two appropriations, one to increase the administrative line for COVID-19 emergency local response to 230,000, 384,000, and to increase the administration for the Dumfries CARES grant program for 150,000.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you just give us those categories again? I just want to have it down so as the questions go through that I'm getting all these. So just read those categories of that 230 again, please.
It's about 100,000 for cleaning and infrastructure. About 20,000 for equipment related to remote working. And 20,000 for public PPE and signage, and about 20,000 for personal PPE and personnel costs related to the updated federal laws.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Willis, it's all your hands.
What I'd like to know is that all of this stuff falls under the umbrella of administration, like we were talking earlier. And you've given us a quick synopsis of 50,000 here and 20,000 there. And I understand I just like it sent to us in an email, and I would also like to see where these particular numbers are fitting into our budget. Where are they going? What line item number are they going under? As well as the one for the 71,000 for 2020. What line item number did that go under? I've got them all written down, and I'd like to see also, to back this up, is all the federal guidelines that make these particular line items, just the backup for that, to see what the Fed says, what we, for you were talking about the payroll, the continuation of, the signage and all this. I just want to see all the documents, just the backup documents for all of this particular spending and where it goes in the budget. And I'd like to see it before our next meeting.
So the line item that is going to is in the ordinance that's before you. The line item that the previous funds went to was in the ordinance that council adopted for FY20. The federal guidance was emailed before that meeting as well as during the last council meeting. And I would be happy to, everything that I just described, I'd be happy to send that to you in an email. Those categories again for those proposed expenses. And anything that has already been incurred was also included in anything that had already been spent was in each of those financial reports that have been sent to the council.
Well, is it possible to get the line item numbers in where all of these numbers go?
Yes, ma'am. That's in the ordinance that's before you this evening.
Can you? I don't even see it. Can you point me to it?
It's yes, ma'am. If you look on the second page of the ordinance, it has a little spreadsheet that has agency detail, and it has the name and value and action for the line items.
You mean where it says increase is the
Yes,
action and the agency is administration and the value is the monetary amount?
Yes, ma'am. It says administration, and that's the line. Sorry.
Why wouldn't we have that separate line item?
Well, what you're doing then is you're turning around and you're throwing numbers at us like 50,000 for continuing cleaning of town hall and the vehicles, $20,000 remote working, and it addresses the number for $230,384.
Yes, ma'am.
What you're saying is we're looking at a lump sum as usual, and then you're throwing us numbers to break this down. Now, if that's the case, I don't see a line item number. I see where it says administration. And so that's what I'm asking for, is more specificity in all of this number. Everybody's, it's federal money and it's this and that. But if it's coming into our coffers and it's being dispersed and it's being used by the town of Dumfries, then it's going to impact our budget. So we need to know exactly where it's being put in the budget. I know it's coming in as administration, but where in the heck are we using it in the budget? What line item is it?
The administration is an expenditure department that is.
I understand that. I want more specifics because we keep getting these lump sum numbers and the town council can't tell heads or tails from the lump sum numbers that you've been giving us for ever so many months in the budget.
Well, I will send an email with the numbers that I just provided, and I'm happy to discuss that in detail with you whenever you like.
We're going to discuss it in detail together. I want you to tell us on council right now in open session about it.
I just did that twice tonight.
No, you didn't. I'm done. Thank you.
Councilwoman DeVille.
Thank you, Mayor. Pardon me, my throat. My sinuses are starting to act up during this meeting, but I was going to mention this later, but I think with what the town manager said as far as spending the funding, it may fit here. I was wondering if the town could make sure we had 4 to 5 AED units at our disposal, those automated external defibrillators, possibly 2 in cop cars. I do believe time passes so quickly. It seems like yesterday, but it's actually about 6 years ago when I was working at the town. I do believe there was an AED in what is now our police department. So I'm not sure, if that one needs to be updated. And I can't recall if there's one in town hall at this moment, our current town hall. But if we had 4 to 5 of those on hand, I think that would be a good idea. So I'm just stating 3 things I was going to bring up later, but I feel like they may be items that can be purchased in what the town manager just said. So those AEDs, and just something when police, if they're driving around, if they stop and talk to someone, or if they see an incident, whatever it may be, if they have, I know some cops have like kits, like, snacks for people who may be in need of something. It may be kids just prepared to deal with the public when they interact with them. And in addition, that would include water. You never know when you'll pull up on someone in distress. I'm just throwing it out there for something I would like to see in each cop car. Not sure, they may already have it, I don't know, but I figured I'd bring it up now since we made that list available. And it ties to COVID just because you never know. I imagine if you're driving out around the town doing your beat, what you may run into as far as public needs on the streets. Another one I was concerned about and I was going to bring up later was CPR training and any possible amendments that may be taking place or changes to CPR training in light of COVID. So I don't know if that's something that the staff has done since my time on council, but it would be good to make sure people have that training. So if there was training and if that's something that could be covered here to provide that level of professional development for staff. And if council can participate somehow, that would be awesome too. I'm not sure if they're doing those remotely or not, but those are my 3 items: AED, water, any kind of refreshments in a cop car, in each cop car, and that CPR training piece with the first aid. So just figured I'd bring them up now because maybe they would fit in, maybe they won't. I don't know. Just thought I'd share it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, if I may respond to Councilwoman, we do have AEDs. If we do not have the requisite amount, we will acquire those, CARES Act money or not. I'll make sure that we have the appropriate amount. So that is a good item. CPR training, we did do that last year. But to your point about COVID, there may be some updates that we need to do. So we are scheduled to do that for the police department for certain with the new chief. And so I will make sure that best we can, we also add the remainder of our staff to that. So we'll absolutely take care of those items. I just wanted to share that now because to let you know, we'll do that CARES Act or not. I think we can accommodate those items.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Was there any other council? So in adding this to the administrative budget on page 43 in our budget, are we going to I guess the performance measures is just spending it on CARES related acts or something like that kind of corresponds with that. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't call that a performance measure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be specific with the language. CARES Act money is to be for unintended expenses that we incurred due to this pandemic. So we need to stay on message because as Councilwoman Neville said, I want no problems with the federal government. And so these are unintended purchases that we need to conduct business. And so the budget amendment lays out the plan. Like the budget is a plan. We have not spent, the 250 that I just laid out, the 230, we haven't spent that yet. That's what we're planning to spend in order to be able to be fully functional in light of COVID and the implications that it's caused.
If there are no more questions for council, I can open up the public hearing. Just, okay. No, no further questions of council. All right, is there anybody, I see a hand, Brian, could probably gonna get you to read here. All right, so we got a question here from Norman to speak at the public hearing. Mr. Fields, can you read the comments, please?
Hold on, trying to find it. Okay, per budget, correlate income, no matter the source, to outgo, no matter the destination, and every transition between source and destination. Many methods exist to do so. Line item is only one. The method is audience dependent. The onus is the presenter to communicate by and large. This might include educating the audience.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else from the public wishing to make a public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing on this. Council, is there any other questions or discussion before we go to the motion at hand? All right, seeing none. We welcome a motion to amend the ordinance for FY21 general fund in consideration of the CARES Act funding.
So move.
It's moved by Councilwoman Miles. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. I'm gonna call for the question. It's a motion made by Councilwoman Miles, second by Vice Mayor Nickerson to amend FY21 general fund budget in consideration of CARES Act funding. Councilwoman Willis? You're on mute.
Abstain.
Okay, Councilman Fields.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilwoman Miles.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson. You just dabbed, but we didn't hear the vote.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was sneezing.
Oh, we thought you was doing a little dab.
No, I wasn't dead.
Okay.
Covering my mouth.
Okay, and that's a yes for me. That's 6-0. Please note that Councilman Brewer wasn't present for the vote. Thank you.
Councilman Brewer wanted me to convey to council that he had an emergency with his job that he had to answer.
Okay, so all right.
Mr. Mayor, I think the count is 5-0. with
0.
one abstain.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Did you get the clarification, Ms. Lisa?
I'm sorry. Yes, I did.
All right. Thank you. All right. Go back up to the top. Sorry, I thought I had two different. When I switched computers, it messed me all up. All right. Next on the agenda is, I think we're in discussion items now. All right. Wait, let me look at that. It is now 10:36. Let me check in with the council because we've been on over an hour now. I just wanted to check in with y'all. Do y'all need a stretch break? Have y'all been sitting in front of these computers or do you want to carry on?
I'm good.
You good? Wait.
Carry on.
Vice Mayor, you good?
Let's get through it.
Okay, Councilwoman DeVille, you good? All right, everybody's good. All right, discussion item, town manager's report. Mr. Rogers, the floor is yours for your report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight a few things. One, this Friday, we will be having our next, our September senior luncheon drop-off. Last month, we delivered lunch to over 35 of our seniors. So we're excited that we're able to continue that despite the pandemic. I just wanted to also bring some financial operations to the attention of everyone. The finance staff is gearing up for our tax season. This includes vehicle license fee as well as real estate, which are both due on or before December 5th. So I just wanted to let the council and the public know that staff has been working to make upgrades to our financial software to improve our billings this year. So hopefully folks see more accurate and timely billings as opposed to what they saw in the past. We are also going to provide information to encourage residents to use virtual or pay by mail options as much as possible. While all that's going on, staff is also working with our auditing firm to prepare for our 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or our CAFR. And just a reminder to council that that will be presented to the council in November. In regards to our planning and community development, I just wanted to highlight that our CPACE workshop is going to be held on Monday, October the 5th. The link and the flyer has been posted to the website, and we will be sharing that. So we encourage everyone that is interested to attend. This is a program that is quite comprehensive, but could be a very beneficial financing tool for business owners within the community. Also wanted to note that the town has launched our Code Red notification system. Wanted to remind the council that Code Red is designed specifically for emergencies. And so we're encouraging, especially as we are still in hurricane season, we're encouraging all of our residents and business owners to sign up for those notifications. And finally, I will end with a question. Before I ask if there are any questions of me. I know that when we adopted the Confederate Court Ordinance, there was conversation, I believe, from Councilman Fields as well as Councilwoman Neville about having some sort of unveiling. So I just wanted to be able to get a date from the council that we could, generally agree on, because otherwise staff is ready to install the sign. So I wanted to try to get a date now. So if we need to coordinate that, we can do so.
I throw out Saturday, September 26th as a date of consideration.
What date is the post office ready to accept the new change? Is it depending upon us, or they have a certain date?
We're ready to we're ready to go with installation. So we don't have to wait on, we don't have to wait on anyone else.
Question is, what date do you want to see the ceremony happen? So he's asking for some dates. I'll go around. All right, Councilwoman Miles, do you have a date?
26 is fine.
Councilwoman Neville?
Please come back to me, Mayor. I just grabbed my agenda.
Oh, you just grabbed, okay.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Willis, do you have a date in mind you're available? A weekday or weekend? I don't know which days are good.
Well, a weekday would be welcomed. I mean, I will do whatever the council is desired, but a weekday.
We know staff would. I know a lot of my council work during the day. Some are teachers. Some have kids that they're trying to put through virtual school. So I already know my audience. Councilwoman Willis, you're on mute. You're on mute.
If it's easier for the staff, because that's who's going to be doing this, going to be putting the sign in place during the week, and everything's ready to pull the trigger on this thing, then why are we waiting till the 26th? Why don't we do it as soon as we can?
You want to do it tomorrow, the 16th? I'm available.
Why not?
Monday, Tuesday.
How long do it take? I mean, I really don't care if it's just as long as it's a weekday and it's convenient for the staff.
Okay, I'm just going around getting the ping. Councilman Fields, did you give me a date?
But 19th, 2 o'clock.
Okay, Vice Mayor. You're on mute.
Okay, yeah, so my question is, if we are talking about a Saturday, does that mean overtime for staff? Does that mean staff has to cut into their weekends for this? And if such is the case, can we consider a weekday evening before dark at least? That way most of us can be done with work in school and what have you, especially for the members that typically show up to those types of events. I think that that's something that we should take into consideration.
Councilwoman DeVille?
And I echo the Vice Mayor's sentiments there. And I too appear to be available tomorrow afternoon and evening. However, I do think we should have time for citizens who would like to be present for that as well. So I would like to throw out
Week from today,
the 18th after 4 o'clock. This really is about staff time. And I think to accommodate that a weekday is important. And I would like to throw out the 18th instead of tomorrow, just to give time for the word to get around for citizens, time for staff to create a flyer maybe, and just to get their thoughts together. And this is not like the parade. So, you know, it's worthy to be celebrated, but I don't want staff to overdo it either, you know.
So I say if we're gonna do a promotion and invite the public out, I say that let's push it to Monday, the 21st after work. And then I'm only saying it because the 18th I have a class and a presentation at George Mason that I definitely is already on the books.
Mayor, I cannot do the 21st.
Okay.
I've had a refrigerator for almost 3 months. Manufacturers have closed down due to COVID-19. And that's the day my refrigerator is getting delivered and I will be home. I mean, it may come earlier that day. I don't know right now, but I cannot on the 21st. But I do want to state, if it comes down to a time, you know, and I can't be there or everybody can't be there, you know, it is what it is. But I would appreciate if we could avoid the 21st.
but 1 week from today.
Important.
Yeah, 1 week for the day is what I was gonna say. Tuesday gives us
22nd.
a chance to put it out on the on all our social media, to be able to invite, you know, others from other districts in the county.
I'm
'Cause
off on Tuesday.
I think what Councilwoman Willis said, we want to be the example for everybody, so we can invite all the supervisors from every district to come in and witness how we've come together and do this. So, you know,
And Haymarket.
and Haymarket, other councils, Occoquan,
And CD District 1, let me go ahead and throw that out there.
and 11.
All candidates.
Yeah, yeah, all the candidates. Okay, so the 22nd, next Tuesday, a week from today. What time does everyone say is work, 4 or 5? What's the time?
Well, let's say 6 to give people time to get.
It's
get
gonna
off
start
the
getting dark. It's starting to get dark.
Let's let the town
At 6?
manager
Yeah, it's starting to get darker.
can
Early
the
in
town
the
Six
month.
manager have that date and he knows
Okay.
that afternoon, evening time. Give him time to talk to staff to set that up.
Okay, I can send out an email tomorrow to kind of confirm the timing for the 22nd, if that's the agreeable date.
Vice Mayor, how early is too early for you? Because I know you have a lot of clients you're dealing with.
My workday doesn't conclude until 5 p.m.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rogers. We look forward to your email. Just wanted to make sure you heard that.
Still light at 6 o'clock, man.
Okay. But you're off on Tuesday.
I'm off on Tuesdays.
All right.
So it works.
So 5 o'clock. So. All right. Any other questions on? I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to just speak on the Route 1 widening timeline. I'm getting a lot of questions about Route 1 widening and DMV. Those are probably the 2 biggest questions I get in town. And can you speak to the public? Because I be out walking or running sometimes, and people drive up yelling out their cars at me. Hey, when you gonna open up the DMV? And I'm like, I don't have the keys to the DMV. I'm not going in there to unlock the door for you. Can you speak to the where we're at with the updates to the DMV what's the scheduling, how all of that stuff is trying to work out so that the citizens know and are aware of what's happening with the Dumfries DMV Select, because it's probably the most popular thing since Dumfries got sliced bread.
Yes. So as everyone I believe is aware, the DMVs across the Commonwealth are only allowed to be open by appointment. And so what the town is doing is we are putting our infrastructure in place to allow us to have our own appointment system. In our experience, it has been a little confusing in regards to going through the statewide DMV website to try to make appointments. So we already had the infrastructure to be able to schedule our own appointments. Some of you that have been to the DMV notice our ticket system. So that system, when we upgrade it, will allow you to schedule your appointment remotely and get a text message when you have about 15 minutes before you can be seen. So as soon as that is implemented, we will be ready to open. We also are prepared with the ordinance tonight to acquire a temperature check to allow that we can check everyone's temperature before they enter. And so those two things are in the works. As soon as they do that, I am hopeful, at least on the technology piece, that will be sometime this month, and we will get open as soon as we can make that happen.
All right, and the Route 1 widening project. Can you talk to us a little bit about what phase we're currently in and what's happening, where we're at right now? People
Right
were
now,
under the impression that we were finished with certain things, but go ahead.
I would prefer to defer any details to alleviate any confusion on Route 1 until at least next month. I think as we announced, we were awarded construction funding from MVTA, which was major because that allows us to have a fully funded project. So we are working with the county, with VDOT, and with MVTA to hash out the necessary agreements we need to move forward. Once we have those agreements, we will be bringing that to council. My goal is to bring that document to the council with a presentation that provides detail and timeline, because we also get a lot of calls from residents with questions, and we answer them on a case-by-case basis, but we want to make sure we don't add any confusion, since this is a major project, but it's also a great game-changing project. So we want to make sure that we roll that out in the right way. So I would just say that if specific property owners have questions about impacts, to continue to call the town on our Public Works Department. We still do meet with residents that have those sorts of questions. But in general, if you will allow me, Mayor, I would like to defer, really speaking about that until hopefully next month we can bring something comprehensive to the council to discuss and review.
Okay. And the last question I had was about the nationwide search that we were conducting for a chief. People wanted to know, I got some inquiries to me asking how can they apply, or where can they find the information about that? Are we, I guess they say they read that.
Yeah, so we have a interim chief right now, and we have a number of initiatives that we have in our budget, as well as motions from the council in regards to reviewing our policy and procedure and training. So what we are focused on right now at the present, just so that the public knows, is recruiting. Because we have open positions, and so we are working to recruit. The council fully funded the police department to be at the authorized strength of 14 sworn officers. So we are actively recruiting to get to that number. We also have directive from the council to review our policy and procedures, particularly in light of some of the things that are happening across this nation. And so we are working to do that as well. What I would like to bring to council is some sort of resident feedback to get input from the community about what they would like to see in a police chief before we actually launch the recruitment for that position. So that is the goal for those initiatives.
When do you think we can get that survey out? I think I filled out the one for Prince William County's chief as well. I answered the questions, and so I think that was a great tool to send out when asking what we're looking for in the chief, to put that survey out. So
Sure.
what is a kind of like a timeline we can start that survey and that conversation process?
If I may, perhaps that's something that I can bring back to the council next month, but I want to be respectful of the previous request that the council made for certain things to happen. And so I want to be able to provide an update on the review of those policies and kind of where we are with recruitment before we get into that, if I may.
Okay. Council, is any other questions on the town manager? I yield the floor. Councilwoman Willis.
I was just wondering, I've had a couple of phone calls during this meeting from a couple of citizens who they don't have computers and they don't have smartphones. They are on the Verizon system for their TV, which is the FiOS. You can see you all, us, and there is the sound is echoing, and it's aggravating to, you can't even understand and hear, because it's just like, you know, I think last meeting, Mr. Mayor, first you sounded like Mickey Mouse and then you started echoing, and that's what they've been telling me. And so I went in and had my husband turn it on channel 2, and even Comcast is doing the same thing. So I just wanted to let the town manager be aware of that we need to address that, because town citizens, they like to watch us and hear us and see how we interact with things that come before us. And there's one more thing. Town manager, Mr. Rogers, did you ever get a hold and go visit Miss Elsie Garrison, who called you about the flooding on her property? I know I was out there, and I know the mayor was out there, and she made a phone call, and you called her back, and you said that you would be coming out to see what was going on. So has anybody been out there besides Derek and myself?
I have not been out there personally, no ma'am.
Has anybody else?
The question that she had was in reference to our Quantico Creek restoration project. So staff has been out there, but I spoke with Miss Elsie personally and told her that I would find the time to get out to her property myself. So I have yet to do that, but I did share that with Miss Elsie, and I intend to keep my word.
Okay, because she's wondering where you are. That's what she asked me to bring up also.
Okay, well, if you speak with her again, let her know that I will certainly be following up with her.
Why don't we take me out of the loop and you do that?
I'm happy to do that.
Okay. All righty. Not a problem. I don't mind talking to Miss Elsie at all.
Just don't wear your good shoes when you go over there. That's all.
Right.
Just don't wear your good shoes when you walk out to the dirt. All right. Is there any Miss Elsie has a birthday though. She's gonna be. We'll make sure we got to remember that. Oh, she'll be 98 this year. 99?
I think she's 100.
This year be one. No, 90. We did 90.
Well, I think she's 100.
We'll be
I'll
100
double
this year.
check, but I think she's
Okay.
100.
Okay, we got to make sure our others.
I think it's 99.
I think it's 99 too.
I think it's 98 or 99.
Okay.
No, I think she's already been celebrated, but I'll double check and find out.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking 99 too. So all right. Was there any other Councilwoman DeVille? You had save rounds before we move on?
Yes. One, I just clicked the Q&A and it shows answered, but I see Bob Hand. Mr. Hand had a question in there. There's someone else who looks like they live in Stonewall, but looks like Norman said something there. It shows in the answer. So when you click in Q&A, it says the open, then it says answered. Those three aren't answered. I just want to say that before I start so we can make sure those are read for the record as well.
Were they a part of for the public hearing that we had?
I just noticed it. So I'm just saying for the record, while we're in our meeting, that I see there are comments that I don't believe we discussed. If you click Q&A.
I think I read them all, and the answered are the.
You read them aloud?
Yes, I did. And the answered, I was send back an answer, we hear you, or I acknowledge your comments into
Oh,
the
yes,
public
but when you
meeting.
say you read them, Councilman Fields, did you read them aloud, or was this just you privately responding? Because it's, it should be read.
I did read it.
So yeah, we closed out that public hearing, and we moved on to the town manager's report.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if you're here, still in the meeting, but it looks like Mr. Hand has a question or a comment. You all can see it. He made it 7:39. I do see Councilman Fields, when I click that drop down, reply to him. Ermi, I may be saying that wrong, I apologize, from Stonewall Manor has a comment there. And then Mr. Norman has a comment there. So I'm just saying it to say for us to, if this is what we're doing, if we're reading these comments aloud, there are 3 comments that I don't believe have been read aloud. You know, with you all, I'm just making you all aware. But then I had my questions for the town manager. So whether you want to follow up with those at the end or wherever, I don't think those were read, and I see them.
Okay.
I've read a couple of, Derek read some, Mayor read some earlier.
So I've been on the meeting, so I know some were read aloud. I don't believe those 3 were, but
Norman's was, but the other 2 were not.
Okay, thank you.
We'll come back. Did you have any additional questions?
Yeah, so I had questions for him, but I wanted to bring that up. So let's see, the first one, I had a question, and another citizen asked me after the planning commission meeting about staffing updates, because we don't regularly get staffing updates as part of the report. So are there any staffing updates that you'd like to share?
If you're referring to something that was said at the planning commission meeting last night, Vanessa Johnson was introduced as planning commission secretary. Vanessa is an existing employee that was working in our customer service center. So there was an opportunity to retain Ms. Johnson and provide additional responsibilities during this pandemic. And so she will be assisting the Department of Community Development in that capacity.
Okay, so this position, it was just made available to her. Because my understanding is that we would post the positions. But I think that would be, I can't recall, but do believe that's the name. That's definitely the position that was brought up yesterday during the meeting. That's 1. And 2, is her former position, I believe at the DMV Select. Is that posted, plan to be posted? How do we plan to fulfill that position?
Yes, ma'am. The positions are posted when they're available. Yes, ma'am.
So her former position, what would that be called? A DMV Select customer service person?
Customer service representative.
So that one will be posted on our town website and everything?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the other one, just to follow up, this one should be no surprise about that code red, because it also has that general notifications. And at this point, I'm excited that citizens have tuned in to what's going on. I would love for them to stay engaged, even when we don't have, those hot button items. But I think we need to, as a town, make sure we're doing our due diligence with having open lines of communication with the people. So that general updates tab, I'd like for us to define that and use that for notifications about any town meeting, whether it be council, work session, our boards and commissions, and town-sponsored official events, as well as legislative updates post-council meetings. So any insight on that, sir?
Code Red is not designed to be used in that way. I would welcome any recommendation from the council to be able to provide the information that you listed to get out. What I would say is those things are, in my experience, best handled by being consistent. And so they're posted on the website in consistent places. If council desire to use additional tools to get the word out, I'm happy to look into those, to report back. Code Red is designed to be for emergencies. It's related to our emergency operations plan. So I would ask that council would understand and not try to utilize that tool in a more general way. But I'm happy to, I understand the spirit of what you're saying, and I'm happy to explore options to provide additional information to residents.
So I have solutions for that, but I also want to ask, in your opinion, what are the general updates for?
It's for emergencies. Code Red
I
is
mean, when you register, there's that option. You click what you want to be notified about. General updates is one of those.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I said it is designed to be used for emergencies. The personnel that will be sending out and developing the updates will be using it for emergencies, and they would not be the type of personnel to be able to be responsible for sending out events and other things. So, I mean, yes, there's a general notation tab, but the town acquired the technology to use for emergencies. And
So
that's
I'm still not clear. I don't have a definitive answer on what that general updates mean and why we cannot use it, but I will go back there. I give a history lesson. I think last year when we were talking about having this new website, and I had expressed a concern how way back when the town had a communication system that was in place for citizens who choose to sign up. Rather, they wanted notifications by a voicemail being sent to them, or a text message, or an email, or 2 or 3 of those options. And that's where Code Red came into that conversation. And so the spirit of all that was keeping the community in tune with what's going on. And as we see, and as I'm sure many of you had those conversations with citizens as I have, you know, in lieu of the shelter conversation, there's a lack of communication. And I think we all know that. We need to take a poll on that. That's fine too. But if Code Red is not serving that need, which was the need in question last year when Code Red became part of the town of Dumfries conversation, then maybe we need to go back to that program we used to have in place. So citizens are aware of what we would consider simple things that were posted on the sign we used to have in front of community center, letting them know when the council's meeting, when we have our work sessions, when the boards and commissions meet, when there are town events, and when there are, I forgot the third, I'm sorry, I told you, I feel like I'm getting sick. But those things I already stated, we need to have, it's imperative that we have that communication. And it's not even just about certain members, a lot of members of our community not being on the internet. Some of this is about, do you actively do Twitter? I'm horrible at Twitter. And my Instagram game absolutely sucks. I'm a Facebook person. We don't have a town Facebook person or a Facebook page, I'm sorry, an official page anymore. We do have the police page that could be changed for the town page, but you know, but nevertheless, we need to go back to the old school way of doing things, like having newsletters, you know, having them distributed to everyone. So they know they can email pio@dumfriesva.gov if they need that direct link to sign up for Code Red. On a quarterly basis, that newsletter used to come out, but somehow we need to have that communication in place. I prefer, I know you have a lot of things on your schedule, but this is really important. And the one consistent thing I've heard in shelter conversations with citizens is lack of communication. They don't feel like they know what's going on. They aren't being updated. And so it's not, you know, rocket science to me, even if it's just a typical old school 4-page newsletter, print it out and delivered. It doesn't have to be a mass mailing, it can be delivered to citizens. And, you know, I assume someone is keeping a database, rather it be an Excel spreadsheet, a Google Doc, whatever works for them, on our town businesses, where they can just e-blast the town businesses this newsletter. You know, if that sheet is being, you know, that's a good work from home little activity to do, creating that database if we don't have one. But that communication from whence Code Red first was introduced into our conversation, it's important that we get that back up and running stat. I cannot stress that enough. And if I have to make something like that in the form of a motion tonight to make sure it's in place, I'm more than happy to do so. But I'll pause and get your feedback, Town Manager, before I go on with my questions.
Well, I was saying I'm happy to do whatever the council wants to do. I'm not sure what direction you mentioned: newsletters, emails, text messages. I mean, whatever the council would like. We had a newsletter. People had signed up for Blackboard, but the council information was not being shared on that. I would remind the council that we follow the statutory guidelines for advertising the meetings, and I would encourage that we continue to do it in that fashion to ensure that we cover those bases. But in terms of how you want to advertise to the community, I'm happy to do whatever the council would like. If the council would like to do a mailer, I'm happy to do that. I would just remind everyone that that's additional task that someone has to complete, and I'm happy to make that happen. I just don't know, these things were not happening 2 years ago. And
Yes,
so
they were. I'm sorry, because I did just cut you off, but this is not a new task. We would always have quarterly newsletters. The only change right now is that we have COVID-19. And before I continue, because I do have other questions, so I just want to be clear that I have the floor, but I would, I see Vice Mayor had her hand up. So I'd like to let her chime in on this matter before I continue.
The Vice Mayor has a question for you, or you have a question for the Vice Mayor?
She had her hand up, so I assume she wanted to chime in on this topic here.
The Vice Mayor, you want to unmute your phone?
Thank you. Excuse me. With regard to the questions that the proposals that Councilwoman Neville is making, Blackboard is what came to mind also as a means of additional communication. And the one point that you made, Councilwoman Neville, that I had not thought of is the fact that we did used to have the sign out front. So as residents were riding by, it was a subtle reminder of there's a council meeting tonight or a planning commission meeting. And I think that that information is absolutely useful to have. For some of the other recommendations that I heard, the mailer was one that kind of, I know there's additional labor costs inferred with that. So I think that that one may be a little bit much. But I also think that while we have to be consistent with the way we are putting our information out there, there is also an onus on the residents to make themselves aware of what's going on. And we do have channels available for them to keep up with. And with regard to the homeless shelter situation and how that came about, I heard on more than one occasion people feeling as though they were not made aware. And I feel like that really was not accurate. It was talked about in the council meeting, and for folks who were watching the council meeting, that's the way they would have known. It was advertised that there would be a public hearing. So I think that that's a misnomer with regard to a lack of communication in that point, because residents have to do their due diligence as well and pay attention to what we have going on. I don't see the value in spending an absorbent amount of money, shoving additional means of communication down residents' throats when there are a lot of communication out there already. But I do like the idea of figuring out a way that we can at least bring back those subtle notifications of reminders when we have meetings, et cetera. And if Blackboard is an option to reconsider, then I would like to have that explored as well.
I think this brings back the discussion our digital sign ordinance, where I know Yvette was changing that other sign out, out there manually, and then a car ran into it, right? Made that a lot more dangerous, and we removed that. We got this nice sign. That's something probably to talk about in the future meeting, not now, but a digital sign would make that easier to put those type of reminders out. I think the newsletter, mailing it, I don't know the cost of direct mail to all the citizens, but I know, especially in talking to a lot of the seniors with this homeless shelter conversation, they preferred to have something in their hand, like a piece of newsletter or flyer. they're all old school. The younger, you know, they tune in to Facebook and Instagram to see what's going on, and they're looking at all the social media. Like you, Councilwoman Neville, I don't really touch Twitter as much, but I know a lot of people tweet, Facegram, Snapchat, something top. But those are the, you know, the new means of you know, communicating and stuff. It's actually a topic we're talking about having at the VML session this year on how to communicate to the public and the media and stuff like that. I actually had a conversation Jessica at VML today about this. So it's interesting that we're bringing this up because you know, when people want to find out about stuff, they can, or when they want to know about stuff, they can. It's you know, it's a simple game of telephone. What's important to you, you make yourself available to go get the information. Like some people are interested in the Board of County Supervisors. You know, I got to tip my hat to one of our residents, Bob Hand, who shows up to the council meetings. He's active on social media. He's talking to people in the community. He's at the Board of County Supervisors. He's all over the community. He knows what's going on because he's interested. And then you got some people, unless it's important to them, they're not tuned in. And so it's all on what's important to people. We can try to beat them over the head. But I love when I think about Harriet Tubman, one of my favorite quotes from her, she said, I freed over 1,000 slaves and probably could have freed 1,000 more, except they didn't know they were slaves. Sometimes people just don't want the information, but we can still try to do more. I think when, you know, there was a time when council stopped televising their meetings, and it was absolute wrong thing to do. And that was a big challenge. And so we have our public access channels. We have standing meetings the first and the third Tuesday of every month, except for when we're on recess in July, August, and December. So there's 3 months where we don't only have one council meeting. But we definitely have standing meetings that everybody can put on their calendars and pre-program, where we disseminate all this information. Councilwoman DeVille, I give the floor back to you.
Okay, I saw, if they're speaking to this matter, I saw Councilwoman Miles' hand up at a moment. Then I saw Councilwoman Willis's hand go up as well.
Okay, Councilwoman Miles on the blackboard. The code red or the communication system.
Communication.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was just going to say that I do agree. I think that a newsletter is definitely worth exploring, because some people do need to have the information put in their hand. They do need to have it delivered, not just seniors. I would say some young people too. They need that put in their hand so they can see it. They can't run from it. And I do think that, you know, although there is a personal responsibility to get the information, sometimes you have to take the extra step and say, here is the information. And you will be surprised how helpful that will be and how much more engagement we can get from people if we say, here it is. This is what you need. Maybe a mailer is not the answer. Our cops are out doing community policing and walking through the neighborhood anyway. So perhaps maybe it's just a one pager. Maybe they could deliver it to the residents there. Maybe they could leave it on doors because they're walking. I see the officers walking through my neighborhood every day anyway. Maybe that's something that's worth exploring. Maybe it's something that we could think about doing. I don't know if that would, how much that would increase the workload, but if they're out walking anyway, maybe that's the answer to the problem.
Listen, I'll be willing to put it on every door. I go out walking the town at least twice a week. If you put it in my hand, I walk these neighborhoods and put it on the door. I got, you know, people say this is 1.5 square miles. I walk the town, and easily when I get home, it's about 7 miles that I done clocked in walking all these neighborhoods. So it's 1.5 square miles adds up. So, you know, if you got to print it and I put it on door to door, I can do that.
There we go.
Councilwoman Willis, you wanted to speak to the communications?
I love that you walk, Mr. Mayor, except I haven't laid eyes on you in Tripoli Heights.
Oh,
come on over. Come on over.
I see your car with the realtor sticker and the big trailer. With the big trailer right there, parked on your street.
That's not mine.
I know it's not yours, but I walked past it. Rio tried to spray me with
well, why don't you knock on my door then? Come on in.
Okay.
Anyway, one of the things that we have to look how diverse our citizens are, and they're not all social media gurus, and you know, some of them are, some of them aren't. We have something from someone named T. Hardesty on the participant page of the. I'd like to read it. It really speaks to this, Councilwoman Novell. It would be nice to have more than one sign in addition to the town hall sign. I don't travel Main Street or use social media as well as the old school way. The community has people of all ages. During election time, people make an effort to go door to door. Signs are everywhere. Maybe use that approach. That's from one of our citizens.
And I think that was that does speak to the issue. I like what Council Lady Miles has said, and I do think some of that canvassing does need to take place. Although I also agree with what Councilwoman Vice Mayor Nickerson, I'm sorry, had said as well. However, to that point, as far as the citizens doing their due diligence, I really feel at this time with this where we are right now, that the town needs to do ours. I feel like right now is on the town. And I do feel that maybe the Blackboard option is possibly the best option to go, as well as, you know, Code Red is already in place. However, I do feel once Blackboard is set up, that we do need to print out a newsletter so that the people know. It would be nice if it's printed before CPACE, but you know, that's probably not going to happen. That's coming up too soon. But I think a newsletter with a calendar of things we know are coming up now to the end of the year for this quarter, I think those things should be listed. I think that although the CPACE event would have already transpired, we can still mention that, hey, businesses, do you know this is in town? And I like the idea of, you know, if the mayor wants to volunteer with the police, that's fine. I haven't seen anybody walk in my community though. Come down Tavern Way. But I think once we have those means in place, that we notify the citizens with a printed newsletter. And I do want to point out, because our town manager, as far as a budget and what's been here already, the newsletter was something that was always in the budget. And at that time it was in the budget, it was to be printed and mailed. So that's something I'll make a note that when we revisit budget for the next fiscal year, that we make sure we have money in place to print the newsletter. And if we have to mail it quarterly, then we can do so. Off the top of my head, I want to say the numbers used to be, and I'm sure they've gone up, maybe about 7, if you have a 4-sheet folded newsletter, that would be close to $800 to get that printed, double-sided everything, and so that it can fold in half and have a mailing label placed on it. And it used to be about $430 for the bulk mailing. But I do believe, I agree with Councilwoman Miles, that this one should be hand delivered at the door. But I am fine with that being emailed to businesses. That's just where I stand on it, Blackboard. And we need to get back in the habit of having quarterly newsletters and have them hand delivered. So, but it's important that we have certain things in place. And the conversation came up about the sign. I agree with what the mayor said. I think we should look into having a new sign once that ordinance, if we can get that through before we go ahead and jump on a new sign. But I think that sign out front of the community center was extremely helpful when it was in place. And the fact that it was double-sided. So rather you're coming up or down Main Street, you could see those updates if we have a digital double-sided sign. So, Vice Mayor.
Wait a second. I was gonna add to that. That the beauty of the, you know, I've been saying this probably for years up here, and I've talked to the economic developer of the city of Manassas, and when he told me the price of what he paid for it, I kind of backed off of it but the signs and the interest ways of all of the city of Manassas is beautiful because you always know the events and stuff that are going on in the city of Manassas and what's going on. And it's always one of the things that, you know, I always had on my big aha, like this is what I want. And I'll tell you how the price offline, but because those signs are nice, but they did some things in Manassas. I just want to tell you those. But the interest way, what Council Lady Willis read, the Citizen, is perfect because everybody don't, you know, we got citizens over in you know, up there when you first come off of 95 all the way down Possum Point who don't necessarily travel this way all the time or have to come this way. Even the people that come out of Tripoli Heights can just go and turn and don't drive down this way. You know, so we do need to look at other locations for that. We also, you know, when I was in Parks and Recs Commission, we put a beautiful thing in the park. It's kind of went unused, the post notification. That's what that was in the park. And, you know, the kids at Grand Park built that nice little library there that I appreciate Councilwoman Neville constantly keeping books and snacks in there. See, I do walk by and look inside there on a regular basis. Thank you. At the park.
You know, Mayor, when you mentioned that sign at the park, I remember that. And I remember I had wanted signs at each of our parks. And I see that we did get that board that, and I want to say it had glass. It had like a glass enclosure there. And I think it got broken.
Yeah, it got broken.
But I think it would be a good idea to have those signs, just a basic sign like the one at the Ginn at all of our parks where we post our flyers for everything we have coming up and going on. So people at the park who stop to read, it's up to them to read. You know, we can put it there, but are you going to read it? So that's up to them. But I think we should definitely put that there. And I do think, you know, I like what Manassas has as well. And I think when we look at time for like a mid-year budget review, I'm pretty sure that we will find that we have the funding there. But you can let me know that cost. Yeah, I think so. And I think so. I'll just leave it there. So yeah, I look forward to that conversation. I think we have it. Yeah. So let's see. I have another item, but I'll just
Vice Mayor was going to add to what you said. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
You went back on mute, so we didn't hear a word you said.
I'm sorry. I was going to say that I stepped away for a moment, but as I'm trying to catch up with what's being said, I've heard a lot of different things said with regard to communication. I believe I heard flyers, door-to-door, mailers, signs, etc. I think that while we explore these options, we need to also be careful to manage the expectation of anyone who is listening or watching, because even when we start talking about door to door, is that a realistic expectation? The other thing that I think we have to keep in take into consideration is just as we do have a very vast demographic of residents, you know, some folks need this, some folks need that. We have to make decisions that are best for the majority, not just, because we hear a citizen complain about this, that, or what have you. We are in the business of hearing citizen complaints, and people are always going to come to us when, they've been inconvenienced or they're not happy. And I just think it's important that not only do we manage their expectations, but we are also being very realistic with what we can and cannot accommodate, because we are not able to accommodate everybody's idiosyncrasies with regard to, I have Comcast, I don't have Verizon, or I don't do Facebook, I only do Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's healthy discussion, but I think we have to be mindful, because folks are listening and someone really may get hung up on a door-to-door suggestion and really expect that that's something that we would be able to accommodate. If we're mailing something, that's very different than an expectation of someone hand delivering door to door, which is something that I think I've heard said a couple times.
So I think, in conclusion, as far as the communication, Mr. Rogers, it's going back to the Blackboard. And once the Blackboard is in place, having that printed newsletter distributed. And my suggestion, I'm not sure if Vice Mayor was present to hear that, was to email the businesses in town. And the conversation came up to have, well, the mayor, the mayor volunteered himself to help with put those. And Councilwoman Miles suggested that the police department, since they're out walking around anyway, if they could also help distribute them by placing them on the doors for the first one that we put out this year.
Game plan. I'm game. I can make that happen.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, how do you feel about that with staff?
I have to be honest, I'm a little bit confused about all the options. That was just 5 options. So if you'll allow me to review that and see what I can come back with, I'm happy to do whatever the council's pleasure. But that was several different things. So
okay,
if you allow me some time to figure out how to possibly do all of that, I can follow up.
Okay, and I just want to be clear, it was just the Blackboard option and the newsletter. So how they're how the newsletters are disseminated, I think that's where, you know, we have a lot of thoughts, but just that there is a newsletter. And I like SMART goals, so I'll just say, you know, by October 31st. So
just on that note, there has been a newsletter. It just hadn't been distributed in the way it's discussed.
Okay.
There has been a newsletter. And again, my earlier comments were not to dispute something that happened in the past. I just know that when I started, Blackboard was not being used to advertise council meetings, nor was there an active newsletter. We're a very small staff, so it very well may have been that whoever was responsible for that had no longer with us at the time. But I just wanted to remind that everybody that had, that we still do a newsletter, and everybody that had Blackboard, we do have them on a list, but I'll follow up.
Okay. Thank you. Because I thought out as a citizen, you know, stayed aware of what's going on. And I do have hard times navigating our website. So I wasn't aware that there was even a newsletter. So yeah, the communication. So it sounds like we're moving in the right direction with the communication piece, even with the sign. But of course, we won't have any sign like that this year. But let's see, another item, I'll just make an item for the next meeting. But I would like to know if there's an update on the Town Square apartments, because I thought they were going to be open and available this summer. And driving around that, I drove up in there the other day. I don't know if I should have said that during this meeting, because it still looks like a hard hat area. But do you have an update on the Town Square apartments?
I can provide an update in regards to the inspections. I know that inspections were being conducted. I can provide an update in that regard in terms of when they will be able to provide leasing information. I will have to request that from the developer. We have gotten inquiries from residents, and we've referred them directly to the developer to get the leasing information, as that's a little bit outside of our span of control.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Mayor.
All right. Anything else for the town manager before we move on to the next topic? All right, seeing none. Councilwoman Miles, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have been fortunate to have Ms. Pandek with us and have her expertise with us for interim town attorney services, but that has been temporary. And so we do have to do some long-term planning in terms of what we're going to do moving forward to have a permanent town attorney in place. So I would like to, at this time, make a motion to direct the town manager to hire Springstead to build a profile so that we could begin the process of hiring a permanent town attorney.
Well, I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we can have a discussion about it.
Absolutely. All right. The motion on the floor is to direct the town manager to start building our attorney profile and start the recruitment process with Springstead. All right, discussion. Councilwoman Willis.
I'd like Ms. Pandak to take a look at the duties and responsibilities of our town attorney before we post it and give it to Springstead. So it's in line with what she thinks it should be. I think that she's a resource for us, and I think we ought to utilize her in that respect.
Okay, so could we, do you think maybe we should ask Ms. Pandak to build the profile, and then we can have Mr. Rogers just contact Springstead to do the contracting?
I can.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, Mayor, did you have something?
I think I can get with Ms. Pandak, and I could show her some of our previous profiles, and we can work together to build from there.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would be glad to assist as I can on this. I guess I'm wondering, and I pose for you all as council, the issue of timing, not so much from my perspective, but whether it is your thought that you would proceed with a solicitation of applicants sooner or later in terms of the council having some potentially new members in January. And you might want to think about that as you engage in this discussion, because that's one of the things Springstead will ask you.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It generally, it takes them about, we go back and forth about 30 to 45 days to when we meet to get the profile right. And then it takes another probably 45, 60 days to get applicants, to schedule interviews. So we're already pretty much in the 10th month of the year. So it'll be definitely going into January before we even start getting, I think, even seeing any applicants. So I think it is definitely the right thing to start working towards building that profile and putting it out there for distribution there. I mean, I think the timing, there's probably some people sitting around right now because of this pandemic looking to see what their next move is going to be for 2021. So yeah, I think that based on the time frames that we've seen in the past and doing the attorney searches and doing the town manager searches, it's going to take time. I don't think we'll have anybody hired by the end of this year, Ms. Pandek. All right, any other questions on the floor? All right, so the motion on the floor is the director town manager to start the profile and to enter into an agreement with Springstead so that we can do a town attorney search.
Just a point of clarity, I thought it was to have Ms. Pandak to do that. And I'm not sure that, Ms. Pandak, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure that we should mention a specific company in the motion.
Well, I guess this comes to me in this kind of format, kind of surprising tonight. So I've not looked at what contracts you may have with Springstead if they're open-ended. So that's the first question, I guess, in directing Springstead. If you don't have an open-ended contract with them that was previously approved by council, then you are correct, Mr. Rogers, that issue of procuring a search firm needs to be addressed. The second issue about building a profile, I'm more than willing to look at your previous profiles, and I'm presuming that they're reasonably thorough, but what do I know? And to edit or suggest revisions on that. I would tell you that I'm not least tonight, and that's probably because I'm looking at my workload for the next month and a half, willing to start from scratch and write a profile from scratch. If it's looking at previous profiles and saying, this is good, this is not so good, I recommend some changes, I'd be glad to do that quickly. But to build a profile, I'm going to need a bit more time if you want me to start from scratch. And I'm not sure that that's the best use of your resources, because as I said, if you've used Springstead previously, They tend to, not always maybe, but they tend to do a pretty good job on outlining the desired attributes in attorneys. That takes me back to my first point. I don't know if you have Springstead under contract that would cover this, so you would have to address that.
Okay, so I think my main point, well, not think my main point. I think my main objective is I don't want us handling the search independently within town hall. We definitely want to have a contractor do it. So do I need to restate my motion to direct town staff to acquire a contractor to do a search for a town attorney and not necessarily name Springstead? How should I state this? Because I don't want it done independently in town hall.
Sure, I understand that. And I think maybe what I would suggest is that the council ask the town manager to come back and with or without my consultation to present to you a process by which a search firm can be retained and a profile built. And then we can make sure that we've covered the procurement aspects. If you already have Springstead under contract, it may not be going and looking at a procurement of another firm and putting that on track. I mean, I think that might be a good way to do it.
Okay, so
if you want to set a date, you know, I think probably a quote unquote set of processes could be set up relatively quickly.
okay, so do I need to do that in the form of a motion, or can I just direct the town manager to do that?
Well, I think given that the town attorney works the entire council, I think a motion would be more appropriate than you making that direction. That would be
So,
my.
I'm going to withdraw my second from the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, yeah, I'm
I just wanted to state that there was a motion on the floor, so I'm going to withdraw my second from that motion.
I'm not sure there even is a motion on the floor already.
No, there definitely was a motion because I seconded it. Now I'm withdrawing my second. I am keeping track as the moderator this of the motions that's made and the motions that's withdrawn. So now I'm withdrawing my motion. Are you withdrawing your first?
Yeah.
Okay. Very well.
Okay. All right. So I would like to make a motion to direct the town manager to what was that, Sharon?
I think, and I, you know, the town manager's done a number of processes for searches, so I'm more than open to suggestions on this, but I think that what you would be asking is for the council ask the town manager to come back with a set of steps for a process of securing a search firm and developing a profile and proceeding with recruitment so that the town council can proceed to start that process so that it might be in a position to provide applicants to the town council in January or February next year, whatever timeframe you want.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been motion and it's been second. Motion on the floor by Councilwoman Miles and second by Councilwoman DeVille to direct the town manager to come back with a set of steps on building a profile for a town attorney and acquiring a search firm. Any discussion on the motion?
I think probably you ought to ask the town manager if that's consistent with what would be an appropriate process. That might be useful to hear from him.
Yes, Ms. Pandak, I'm fine with everything the council says.
All right, very well. So it's been motion, it's been second. There's been no discussion outside of what we just heard. I'm now going to call for the question. Councilwoman DeVille.
Aye.
Councilwoman Willis. She said aye, but it was muted. Councilman Fields.
Yeah, huh?
Okay, Councilwoman Miles,
Aye.
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
and that's a yes from me. That motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. All right, anything else that we've exhausted? Anything that we left out for the good of the public tonight? That's the end of the agenda. Go ahead.
Like make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Sure.
Isn't there still something left on the agenda? I mean, I like the motion to adjourn, but
We have another item.
yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
That was it.
No.
Hold on. I'm on. I got budgets. Oh man, what is all of this? And I stand corrected.
Oh Lord, it is one more
Department head
thing. Doggone it.
presentations.
Okay, sorry.
One thing on that page, I overlooked it. My bad.
All right, department head presentation. Whose item is that? I'm sorry.
That's mine.
All right, Councilwoman Miles. Sorry. You.
Okay, I'm gonna make it quick. So in the past, we had a practice of having the department heads come in and present their reports to all of us. And what that did was, in the spirit of transparency, what it did is it gave the citizens an opportunity to hear from the department heads and present their work. And it gave the citizens an opportunity to get to know the department heads and find out what was going on in every department. And it gave us an opportunity to hear firsthand from the departments and to hear their expertise. And it gave them the opportunity to shine before the council. And then also they could speak to their work with a level of accuracy that was very impressive. We kind of got away from that in the last few months, and the town manager does a great job of presenting the department, so no offense there. But I think that that's a practice that we need to get back to. I would like to hear the department heads come back and present to us. And I just wanted to get some feedback and kind of feel where the council was, where kind of get to. Excuse me, now I can't talk. It's getting late. I don't have any more coffee. But I just kind of wanted to get some feedback from the rest of the council and see what your thoughts were with having the department heads come back and present their work in our next council meeting, and see if we needed to. I don't think we necessarily need a motion. I think we could just direct the town manager to have the department heads come back and present their reports.
I have some stuff to say, but I will yield because if we had lights for people to push, it'd be lighting up like a Christmas tree right now. So I'll start with you, Vice Mayor. I'll hold my comments in.
I like the idea of the staff presentations. The first thing I thought about was caution, because our current council has a tendency to berate and oftentimes beat up the staff. And so I think that if we go back to allowing or requesting that staff does presentations, that maybe we can change the format in that council is not allowed to engage. It would just be a listening session. And then if we have questions, we can go back to asking the town manager specific questions or what have you. And that's because I have sat on council and I have seen staff members be berated on camera. And I think that that is a very bad look, not only for council, but also for retention purposes of our staff. My understanding is that the town manager is in place to serve as a buffer between his staff and council. And so if we are going to go in that direction, which I do appreciate the information that staff was providing, I think we have to do so in a manner that protects the staff also.
Yeah, I've been up here for over 8 years. Councilwoman DeVille worked for the town. I seen how council's spoken to her, other members of the zoning, and the staff members not being able to really do anything because they have a job and they work there. There's been suggestions of harassment and derogatory things spoken to council. I mean, even in the last couple of meetings, we've heard about people wanting to blow off staff members' heads. So it's one of those cautionary tales, and then we had members like, our previous public work director who sometimes just did a lot of extra talking when they got out there present. You know, I don't know how I'll feel. I mean, the listening session type of thing is could be a way to do it. But it's a hard pill to see staff go through that tight dealing when you're dealing with 7 different personalities. It's enough that the town manager has 7 different bosses, but then to put the staff to have 8 bosses, include the town manager, you know, when they put in that type of situation, you know, it's a tough position to be in. And I let Councilwoman DeVille speak, being on the other side on how council has spoken to her.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will, and there's some video that's on our website, in particular, I want to say about January, February of 2014. I think that's still accessible through Granicus. I agree with a lot of the sentiments shared just now. Back when I worked for the town, we called it going before the firing squad because we did take the hits of a lot of, I don't know, pent up aggression. It was really bad. It was bullying. It was a problem. It was traumatic. I will say that this council is definitely different than that council. I'll say that again. Our council, what we have right now before everyone, is totally different than what had existed in the past at that time. I'll just say at that time. And I believe our council, once new council members are sworn in, will still be different than the council was at that time when we referred to it as the firing squad. And we came up there just knowing, prepare to take your hits. It's your turn. Let's go get this over with on TV, which most people don't have to deal with at their regular jobs. But that was a problem. And I'll be presenting something next meeting to deal with that in the form of asking about a part-time HR director on that agenda, but I'll save that for then. However, I do think it kind of protects the fact that we will have department head reports. Like this packet, we didn't have department head reports. So I think if the expectation was for those presentations, then we would definitely have our reports. Myself, I'm concerned we have had a lot of, to say, things going on in the month of August, and I would have liked to have seen a police report. We didn't get one this time, and I'm pretty sure if our interim chief had to share, we would definitely have one. So my word right now at almost midnight is solidifies having a department head report. That's probably not the best word, but it's almost midnight, so that's the word I'm rolling with right now. So I do like what Vice Mayor Nickerson had to offer. If department heads just read their reports and shared a few things on their reports, and we listened and directed our questions about their reports to the town manager, I think that could work. And that I see as a healthy, happy medium between the proposal and the suggestion made by the vice mayor. You know, department heads will present, they'll have to share a few things. We listen, and our questions are directed to the town manager. So those are my thoughts. And if ever anything came up remotely, looking remotely like what I experienced and what other department heads at that time had to experience before our own firing squad, then we would have to revisit that. And I think the safety net here would be having that listening session and directing our questions for department reports. Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Fields. As a police
The
officer.
questions that are directed to the town manager, would it be during the meeting, or I'm going to suggest it's something that we can individually email to the town manager? Oh, so ask that question in the meeting?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Any other feedback, suggestions, recommendations? Our Vice Mayor. And then I'm gonna come to you, Town Manager, get your thoughts together.
As far as the questions, can we consider, because I think that there are a lot of things that we still have some work to do as a council with regard to order and process. So with regard to questions, can we, because what we also don't want to do is become the firing squad for the town manager who may or may not be able to answer specific questions. So can we maybe prepare the, if we know that the report is coming out the 15th of the month, set a date that says we have to have the reports in our emails, by a certain amount of time. And if we have any questions, we send them back so that when staff comes up, they are prepared to answer the questions or provide us answers at that time, to minimize some of the back and forth and the extra rhetoric that typically comes from discussions where we're asking, questions that either cannot be answered on the spot or repetitive questions. Is there a way we can kind of try and figure out a process so that we still get to ask our questions? We'll see the report, we'll have an opportunity to digest them, and then we prepare our questions, and that will allow the staff an opportunity. So they, they've already written their report, and then they come prepared to answer the questions that we've asked. And so that means setting the deadline for when we receive the reports, and then also a deadline for when we can have our questions sent back in order for them to prepare to answer them at the council meeting. How does that sound as a matter of process?
Well, it was part of the process of what we would do with the treasurer's report from Retta. Retta would present at the second meeting, and it would be a matter of we would get it in an email, and I remember Mr. Tabor would just ask for us to submit questions on the treasurer's report that we had. And so that's how things would transpire then. And so we can do that if you guys have the same matter for, I think that was an effective way. Councilwoman DeVille.
Thank you, Mayor. I have concerns with that, although I know the Vice Mayor mentioned deadlines for receiving reports and such, because that has been a conversation piece in our recent meetings. And I feel that there needs to be some kind of contingency plan for that. And I feel like that kind of still opens the door to that conversation. I feel the questions should be asked to the town manager about those reports. So I still kind of feel that way. I have concerns about when we'll get those reports. Will they be on time? And we're already dealing with a small window. I believe the stated time for us to receive a report was the Thursday, and I can stand corrected, but the Thursday before a council meeting. So with that window of time, that's a tight turnaround when you have a full package like our last packet for our last meeting. But I kind of feel like those questions, the town manager is aware of everything going on. So if we have a report and ask him our questions during the meeting, I still feel like that's fine.
Okay, town manager.
Yes, sir.
Thoughts on the discussion?
Well, first, I am happy to, and my staff is happy to present and provide council any information that is requested. One of the things that has been interesting has been that there are no established policy and procedures for the council meetings. Almost every 2 months, I get a request to do something slightly different than we did it the months prior. So it would be helpful to just get those policies and procedures established so that we can be consistent. And I think that that would help with public information as well as everyone's expectations. In regards to department heads being before the council. My department heads and all the staff that we have, they're excellent, they're outstanding. So they can come to the council meeting and they can handle presenting in front of the council. And but what I would say is that they do and they will. There is an item on the agenda that's related to their departments. They're presenting that item. If the council wishes to see the department heads more, interact with them more, or have them be more visible, my recommendation is for us to figure out a schedule where we can present on specific topics. It's my opinion, and I'll do whatever the council wishes, but I guess you asked my opinion. My thought is that a monthly report for departments is not, I find that to be too frequent to be useful. We're a small staff. We are a dynamic organization. Sitting here tonight, I've got 12 separate requests from the council to do something, and I'm going to get them all done. But if we want to be a dynamic organization where we can make a motion and make something happen, we can't also be expected to give exhaustive reports on a monthly basis. And I think it would be more impactful for the community to, for example, if the public works director came twice a year to present on our stormwater infrastructure, or came twice a year to present an update on our CIP budget or our paving program, and we can allow those specific topics to be presented. That's what I think would be useful to everyone, because we want the information to get out to the public, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to serve. So I'm happy to figure out a schedule. And in fact, we are already done so. It's just trying to find the time to get that in. For example, as I mentioned about the Route 1 question, we're planning to present a comprehensive update on that project at that time. So if the council would be inclined, I would like to maybe establish some sort of schedule where there are regular subjects that can come up and the appropriate staff can present them at that time. I mean, that will impact the whole organization. So at some point you will get every department head, but to have a monthly report every month, to me, is not going to be very impactful in my opinion. It's come up a time again about the town manager's report or the financial report. Town manager's report is not required anywhere. So the guidance that I got to what to put in it, when to send it, and all of that is just kind of go with the flow. The treasurer's report is in the code. So my goal for that is to send it when it's completed, not necessarily on a council meeting schedule. So I'm happy to do whatever the council wants to do, but I think there's ways to be more impactful for the community and have us speak on specific subjects so that everybody kind of gets that benefit. And then you'll also see them when appropriate legislation is on the agenda as currently happens. So that's my opinion on that.
Councilwoman Neville.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We really, I'd like to have this on the agenda for October 1st for setting our, October 6th, I believe that meeting will be, our standards and expectations for our council meetings and what we like to see. So I'll be submitting something for that, but also, there's a way to do things. I think we see things happening without communication, right? And not to drift too far from the issue at hand presented by Councilwoman Miles, but the email about, it's like you just can't stop submitting things when we have expectations. Maybe they're not written out in a certain way that our town manager would like to see them, but we can deal with that our first meeting in October. But we typically have, this is nothing brand new, town manager reports, staff reports each month. And so I noticed that the code was cited with the email we received during the meeting about the treasury report. But the way to do that is to have that communication, and have that conversation about the changes you would like to see about this format instead of learning as we go. And so it's like, here we are at a meeting and we're hearing, your thoughts and your ideas and your insight about what you feel may be more impactful. And we also hear, quite often common or best practices, but we kind of find out when you just change it up without having a conversation with the council. And it's not even just the council, the citizen, the members of our public who pay attention regularly are used to that as well. So if there's going to be some change, we need to have conversation, we need to have agreement, we need to have I can't even speak, it's so late, consensus before we move forward with things, because I admit it is frustrating to me to hear this conversation now. We're going to, what you think may be more impactful, but as the council members, or at least I'll speak for me, this is news to me right now. All I know is going along and we're starting this meeting and I'm like, where's the treasurer's report? But now we want to go to the code, or, where's town manager report? I've asked that a few times. I've asked to receive town manager reports. This one is quite brief, but we don't hear your thoughts until something right now. And you've already made the decision to bring forth change, but that's not what we decided as a council. So I definitely would like to see this on the agenda for our October meeting, and for the council to be able to weigh in on the way we would like to see our agendas, the way we would like to have our meetings go, just our expectations. And that's aside from what Councilwoman Miles has on this agenda tonight. But I do think that some point you just can't make that decision, or any of us can make a decision on our own. That is a decision for the town council to weigh in on. So I can continue talking to bring that home best as I can at midnight, but we just can't continue to have these changes like this. There has to be conversation and consensus with the council. And I was not part of this information here. So, and I prefer some communication be communication with all of us, not just individuals on the side. So this is new information here, and we got to stop operating like this, because we're going to continue to have conversations that add to the time that's not as meaningful to our meetings. Thank you.
Okay, I want to go back to your topic, Councilwoman Miles, to get us back on track here. All right, because we want to speak to department head speaking at the meeting. Let's bring the discussion back there so we can kind of land this plane in the parking lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say to that note, Councilwoman Neville has a good point about her agenda item for October. And I would just say, let's table this discussion until then, because I think we need to have a bigger conversation about how these meetings need to flow. Because I will say this, 2 times a month is not going to work. So I think this conversation is part of a bigger conversation that we need to have about how a meeting flows. So let's table this for now until we can have that bigger conversation about how these meetings need to flow.
So was there a motion on the floor? I don't remember.
No.
Okay, so there's no motion.
Yeah.
So the discussion is exhausted. She wants to table the discussion until the next meeting, when there will be a bigger agenda item to address this.
Yeah.
All right. So seeing that we've exhausted the agenda, we've actually made it to the end of the agenda. It is 12:05 a.m. and I'm going to officially say this meeting is adjourned.